Well, I guess that officially starts that then. Okay. Well, here I am live again, catching up after what feels like a couple of weeks, but it was really only like 8, 9 days that I've been away from all of this. And it seems like quite a lot of bit has happened and that I missed out on some stuff. Some of it I'm going to cover here. Some of it I just found out about today, and some of it's just stuff that I really want to have a chance to talk about. And I'll probably make a video out of some of this stuff. But it's been an interesting period of time being away from here. Uh, kind of nice, I guess. It was nice to not have to really worry about keeping up with all the latest trends, all the new stuff that was going on, and yada, yada, yada. You know how things kind of get in life. You pick up a hobby, you pick up a job, everything starts going sideways, and all of a sudden you're swamped with things that have to get taken care of. And sometimes it's nice to just get away and take a trip. It feels really nice to just relax and absolutely not have to worry about anything at all. So I guess I'll just start with some of the smaller things that I have lined up here to talk about and just go from the top. I mean, first and foremost, I think one of the most like hilariously stupid things to trend, I guess, while I was away from all of this was the McDonald's stuff that's trended for some reason. This one I absolutely do not get. It's a little interesting to me. I mean, I get why some people might have like raised issue with it or like why it kind of trended. But at the same time, it seems like the most like stupid thing to put trending. But I don't know. The internet's weird. Basically, what I saw out of this was a lot of people were obsessed over the Japanese McDonald's ad. I saw a lot of people blowing smoke about how like people were super offended that it showed a like happy family enjoying some McDonald's. I didn't personally see any. I see a lot of the hate for this thing, which was really interesting. Oh no, I gotta pick up. Trying to remember what I was talking about. Now, I saw a lot of people blowing smoke over this one. I thought it was really freaking weird that this stupid ad would trend. I didn't think it was anything huge. Honestly, I saw a lot of people like raise some stink about it, and I think both sides of this one were kind of dumb. I think people made it a bigger issue than it needed to be. There were a lot of people like really, really trying to make this a thing, and I just don't get it. I don't get it. Oops. I absolutely do not get why this trended. Because I mean, there were some people who said stuff about like how it's weird or that it was like white supremacist bullshit or something. But I didn't see the drama everyone said that was here. It was kind of a weird thing to see pop up, not gonna lie. I think the other thing though is a little bit more interesting than some random fucking McDonald's ad that showed up out of nowhere and consumed my mentions, or not my mentions, consumed my timeline for way longer than it should have. And that was if I can find it here. And that was the fact that Right Stuff has now declared that they're shutting down. And this is an interesting situation because it comes on the heels of Sony crying foul and monopoly on Microsoft acquiring some things, and, and on the heels of Sony just being an all consuming black hole that ruins all aspects of fun and all the good things about anime. So Crunchyroll store becomes ultimate destination for anime merch, manga, and more following Right Stuff integration. Basically, if I'm to understand this, um, Crunchyroll and Sony bought out um, Right Stuff. I don't really know what a lot of people um, or where a lot of people go to, or if they have any other alternatives. But I personally liked going through Right Stuff. Generally, if there was something I wanted, it was there, and I always thought their service was pretty good. I always thought what they provided was good. I liked going through Right Stuff. It was my favorite place to buy all the anime merch. And now, yet again, Crunchyroll Sony has grabbed more and more of the market share and basically just devoured another piece of it. You saw this with Funimation. They grabbed Funimation. Funimation shut down, became defunct. And now on October 10th, Right Stuff becomes defunct. And yeah. Does it all seem like super duper hypocritical of Sony to cover or to do this? I don't know. It kind of does to me. Seems a little whack that Sony would go out of their way to like cry foul over Microsoft acquiring Activision and all that, and then to immediately enact the same policy towards anime and try and consolidate all sorts of like localizations of anime under their protection. Because now they don't only just own like Crunchyroll, which is pretty much the big platform next to like High Dive, I think, for viewing anime, but also they own the biggest shop for anime merch and for manga at the same time. Do I think that's going to be a good thing for anime for weebs as a whole? No, not particularly. I don't think Sony is a particularly great company. At the same time, though, I am a PlayStation fanboy and always will be. But this one just seems kind of like what the heck? Sony, I admittedly don't know enough about everything that goes on at Sony, but I do see all of their moves to acquire more and more and more things, and it just sort of like it's one of those things where like I don't know how I feel about one company basically being in control of like everything I do, everything I want to consume in a certain um, region of entertainment. Like, I don't know how I feel about one group of people being in Hollywood and controlling everything you freaking consume. I mean, obviously not everything, but the largest portion of it is controlled by Hollywood. That's why a lot of people have outsourced to other forms of entertainment. And now you have Sony basically rubbing their little paws all over everything anime, and you have them acquiring Funimation, killing Funimation. I thought the Funimation player was better than Crunchyroll. Um, and you have them acquiring Right Stuff now and basically absorbing all of the income that Right Stuff was generating, which at the same time makes me question why was Right Stuff even up for sale. It makes me question like how they were doing financially. If they it was it just like that good of a deal from Sony to sell the company or to sell the store, or were they just like struggling and couldn't make ends meet and decided they were going to place themselves under the management of some big ass company who has tons of money to throw around. I don't know. That would be something I'd have to look into a whole lot more. But I'd like to move on to some like actual like entertainment stuff. And talk a little bit about a manga that got a lot of attention. Again, one of those ones that was either like ironically or just retardedly blown out of proportion. Um, oops. All right. Let's see if I can share this. What is up with all the broken links? All right, here we go. Kagurabachi. This is an interesting story. So, this one got announced in a post about the big three, and that somehow spiraled out of control into this pretty much becoming the next Morbius. So, if you don't know what's happening, is this series has basically been hyped to the max for no reason other than it's ironic. People have been going around just jokingly claiming that this is the absolute greatest manga to have ever existed and that nothing compares to it. It's just that fantastic. It is incredible. It's going to be the first manga to get an anime with only one chapter. And so I went and read this. The first chapter, it's like 55 pages long. But it's okay. It's okay. The first part of it is actually kind of bad. If you can't get through like the first, I don't know, 15, 20 pages of mediocre at best kind of writing, you're not going to get to the part of it that's actually entertaining. And basically, it entails a guy who's he's on some sort of revenge quest to kill all the yakuza people who are stealing swords and stuff. I think from or who have taken swords. He doesn't approve of them using swords. He's the son of a blacksmith who creates magic katana. So he's going around killing yakuza, looking for a group of wizards who did something to his father, and it's kind of unexplained. The issue is the story lacks any sort of like um major like compelling moments to it because it fails to endear you to really any of its characters. The main character feels really, really generic and boring. That is one of the big issues. The main character, I forget his name, and I only read this like a day ago. The main character, he's just your like stereotypical edgy sort of revenge quester. His dad's dead now. He wants to go kill the people, and he's all emo and angry and oh, I'm so hardcore because I show this scar and I look at it every day, so I wake up with fresh hatred and bleh. You're introduced to the dad and the family friend who sort of like acts as like a male role model in the story, and both of them are like quirky and weird in all the wrong ways. The dad basically acts like an overgrown child and a knucklehead the whole time he's in the story, and you don't really get any endearing qualities from him. You don't even get any sort of like compelling reason to care about him and his son and their relationship. And then there's like the Yakuza-esque like family friend guy who like shows up every now and then to check on him. And he's also kind of weird and they try to like make him a little quirky and fun because he does some weird stuff. But again, he just kind of comes off as eh. He's not really that fun. But there are genuinely some interesting concepts about this series that I think is actually worth discussing. Some things that I think were actually kind of fun. First of all, it actually does like include a fair bit of magic and it has a kind of like power system. And I like the idea of having a main character who doesn't necessarily have powers himself, but makes use of a bunch of magic tools to fight the dudes who are actually using their powers and abusing them. And that is like what they're setting up to be like the central conflict in this series from chapter 1 is this guy wants to hunt down a bunch of wizards, but he doesn't have any magic of his own, so he's going to use magic swords to sort of even the playing field. And that in and of itself is kind of a cool concept. It's a little bit kind of like the way, Batman deals with the Justice League. He might not have any powers himself, but he can implement things that actually, he can use against the Justice League, against their powers. The issue is they don't really give you any concept of what exactly the powers are. And I get it's the first chapter, but if you don't present the powers, if you don't present this guy's swords like magic in any sort of like interesting way, what am I supposed to care about? All I really see in this is when he uses the sword, he slashes across empty space, and all of a sudden a bunch of Yakuza guys explode. Okay, cool, but like That's some generic ass power. That's some like really, really boring kind of stuff. I'm not interested in just seeing you go and everyone explodes. That's not really interesting in a story. The second half was still interesting though, because it goes a little like heavier and darker than the first half. And there are some things in there that I think genuinely like it has the makings of what could have been a really good story, but it kind of really, really feels like it's not going to be a good manga. It's given me like um what was the series? I don't know, it kind of gave me the same vibes as Undead Unluck. And now I know some people like that series. It seems to have like a decent amount of popularity, and people like, and there's like an anime adaptation that looks like it'll have some really good adaptation. It'll have some really good action to it. But the fact of the matter is I don't think the story for Undead Unluck was really all that amazing. It was kind of meh. It really felt like it was just an excuse to have a character play grab ass for the entire story. And I didn't care for it. Like, it was definitely a step up from this, but it gives me the same vibe of like something that has some like really, really cool concepts to play around with, but just doesn't utilize them well, and its own writing sort of cannibalizes it. This has given me the same sort of vibe because, again, I like the idea of magic and magic swords. I like the idea of a protagonist with no powers using tools that give him powers to even the playing field. I like me a good revenge quest, but this this manga is not written in a way that really appeals or hooks in that first chapter. It just, I don't know, it really falls flat. So yes, I think the irony of overhyping this thing to the max is kind of appropriate. It's kind of hilarious and funny to see people treat it like the next Morbius. But the fact of the matter is that it's a mixed bag. It's kind of all over the place. And I do feel bad for the author on that one because like you have a guy like trying to write a series and everyone's already memeing the shit out of you after a single chapter. That can't be easy to tolerate. Like people are out here like basically just making fun of you for trying to write something that you thought was going to be fun and entertain people. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt on that. It could very well just be something someone wrote because they thought they were going to get some quick cash for it. But it doesn't particularly like really, really, really appeal to me. It doesn't have any like good like emotional beats going already. It botches its characters. It's kind of wasting its powers. Its world is kind of interesting. Like it sets up this whole thing of like the Yakuza kind of control entire areas. Um and they're being backed by a powerful group of sorcerers who nobody wants to mess with. And the Yakuza are taking their chance to make examples out of everyone and just do whatever they want, walk all over people. And you have this one guy who's out here like putting up a fight. One guy who has no powers but a couple of magic swords And that's it. After that point, it's just kind of really sad and disappointing. So if I had to rate it on based on chapter one alone, I would say the series is like a 5. Half of it's good, half of it's not. Half of it's entertaining, half of it is really just why. You don't feel the motivation for the character to go out of his way and start attacking Yakuza, or to go out of his way and risk himself against, knowingly risk himself against a superior enemy just out of principle or just for revenge. You don't feel it. You don't feel the tension. You don't feel the urgency. You don't feel any connection. It's just kind of there to be a sort of edgy shonen revenge series, which is kind of unfortunate. But there was something that, now that I've done all the going over all the bad stuff, there was something that I really actually did think was pretty good that came out recently, and it's the one everyone's been talking about: One Piece live action. One Piece live action ended up being a real doozy of a series. Is it perfect? No. Do I have absolute faith in any ongoing series? Do I have any faith in, or do I have absolute faith in any of the future installments to the series? No. Does it make me think that anime live actions can be done? Yeah, kind of. It definitely proves that anime live action isn't without its merits, but this one ends up being a really, really special case because Oda was basically on top of the whole thing the whole freaking time. And he had everyone on a leash, controlling like the creative aspects of it, and clearly not everything, because there were some changes that I don't know how to feel about. Like, they had Garp in it the whole time, and they revealed some stuff about like Garp and Luffy and the family that isn't even supposed to come in until Water 7, which kind of ruins part of like the whole reveal in Water 7, like the shock of like finding out who Luffy's related to and just how like influential his family members really are. But I don't think it like massively affects the way the story is going to play out. My issue is I think this is going to end up being way more of a like stroke of miraculous good luck than any sort of like repeatable process. That will come down to whether Oda's actually going to be involved in every single season of this series going forward. But that seems like a huge mountain of work on top of writing one of the greatest mangas ever written. I mean, they're right in the middle of, Gear 5 Luffy and Admiral Kizaru doing their thing. They have the whole like Egghead Island arc going. They're trying to escape to Elbaf, I think. I'm not quite caught up on the One Piece manga. But changes aside, there was one change that I really, really didn't like, and it was the fact that they were throwing in like the sort of like Western relationship, not relationship, this Western sort of like character drama into the mix that I didn't like. You get to the Baratier, where Nami does her thing. She betrays everyone, steals the Mary, and heads off to go meet up with Arlong. Um, they they changed that, and they made a lot of tension between her and the rest of the crew that I just didn't think was necessary. I thought a lot of like the original sort of like emotional and character beats that they had that Oda had set up in the series when I watched the anime was pretty good. I thought it was really well written. Oh, what's up, Roland? How you doing? Nice to see you. So, yeah, One Piece was just one of those things that, like, I loved it. I thought it really captured a lot of like the magic in the heart of the series. It really did like a good job of showing. It really did a good job of portraying how the original One Piece was written. It was whimsical, it was fun, it was goofy, and it captured all of the characters' best moments. Like the whole like Zoro moment against Mihawk, the scars on a swordsman's back or scars on the back or a swordsman's shame. They kept all of the characters' best lines, all their best moments, trimmed down a lot of the fat. They skipped a lot of material. What you would see in like 25 hours of watching One Piece, you see in like 8. I thought that was really good because one of my big problems with One Piece is how freaking long the series is, how much you actually have to sit there and watch um, to really, really get into the meat of the series. And they did a good job of kind of cutting it down. They cut some things out and added a little bit in that I didn't really think was all that important to add in. But like overall, it was a pretty good adaptation. It was one of those things where sorry, I'm checking something. It was one of those things where like I saw a lot of people say like people who were normies say, "Oh, it's really really good. I loved it. It's so fantastic." There was a lot of hype behind it. The fandom of the original anime seemed a little bit more divided on that issue because on one hand you had people like claiming it was bad, they didn't like it, they thought it was trash, and on the other hand you had people claiming that like it was actually pretty good. I'm in the it's actually pretty good camp. I only ever watched One Piece up to Dressrosa because when I got to Dressrosa, I found a lot of the episodes were just sitting there, sort of like repeating the previous one for half the episode, and then the second half of the episode was actual new material. And then you'd watch the episode after that, and you're rewatching the new material to get to even more new material. Complaints aside, I think One Piece has a structure issue. But yes, the fact that it maintains the core elements of the story, it maintains a lot of the best parts of the characters, and that it's mostly faithful to its source material, make it a good adaptation, in my opinion. I just really don't think it's going to be able to keep it up that way because this is Netflix we're talking about. Oops. Like, do we trust? I trust Netflix about as much as I trust Sony to do good things. And I don't trust Sony to do very many good things. I mean, I already talked about how Right Stuff is getting combined with Crunchyroll Store because Sony likes to acquire everything within a 5-mile radius of every form of entertainment they control. And then they'll cry foul when Microsoft decides they want to acquire a single game company and make a big stink about monopoly. Ugh, ugh. Yeah, they did the GARP stuff way too early in the series, and it ruins a lot of the reveal that would have been great at the end of Water 7. On top of that, they altered Luffy's character a bit in a way I didn't like. They made him a little bit more like unsure of himself, and he sounds a lot more cringe in this one than he does in the original. Like the original, he's sort of this like goofy, lighthearted, brimming with confidence, sort of like kind of like ignorant of just how much danger he's putting himself in, but he's ends up being very heroic too. It made his character really endearing, really charismatic, and the moments where like his idea of like friendship and working together and just generally being whoever he wants to be shines through really well in the anime. In this, they capture a lot of that, but for some reason they decided to like make him like really shaken and like he loses confidence around the time where Zoro and Mihawk have their duel. Because when Zoro loses, he goes through this whole thing like this whole like crisis of identity, I guess. Where he's like questioning whether like he made the right decision and all of that. And like that didn't feel like Luffy to me. Luffy is someone who always like makes snap decisions, has 100% faith in his decisions. Like when he declares war on the world, he has absolutely no regrets about what he's done. It's almost like he knows what he's doing. He's not as much of an idiot as he like acts like. He just doesn't care. He's absolutely confident in his ability to do what he's going to do. Again, there was a lot of drama between the crew that just didn't need to be there. Um, wouldn't Oda have had to have approved that change to his character? Supposedly, yes. Supposedly, yes. I can see that argument because Oda is was again pretty much in control of all of this. The issue is, I feel like it kind of undermines his character. Like I said, Luffy's someone who like radiates that sort of like supreme confidence, like the whole like idea of like conquerors hockey and all that being like projecting their will across something like I'm losing my I'm struggling to explain this, but I don't think Oda like absolutely checked every single possible creative decision that happened here. Because I feel like the way he did the whole Garp reveal thing was way better than what this Netflix adaptation did. I feel like he did a lot to keep these people under control and to keep his property intact. But even to someone like Oda, there probably has to be a line where they think, keep in mind, I haven't watched nearly as much One Piece as you, just episodes here and there. So I'm basically half a One Piece normie. If it wasn't for my friends teaching me a ton over the years. Okay. No, it's fine. One of the whole reasons, like, I need to find a few people to like do these sorts of things with, is because like just sitting here and talking by myself, um, I'm not like someone who's able to like consider like the entire picture of everything. There's always something that's going to slip through. Whether or not this was something Oda changed, I will admit I have no idea whether it was something or not Oda permitted to change. My personal running theory, my headcanon, if you will, is that this is one of the things that Netflix did on their own and altered Luffy's character to make it a little bit more Western and try to like appeal to a little bit more like Hollywood American style storytelling because they were afraid that like a One Piece live action adaptation wouldn't go over well with an audience, even though, again, One Piece is A, one of the greatest mangas ever written, B, one of the most popular series ever created, C, has a massive freaking fan base who love it. Regardless of how much of a how much of a slog it is to watch through this series to where you finally like where it like really gets super hype. Um it doesn't it doesn't seem like Oda would sabotage Luffy's character like that. Cuz again, he has these moments where he does things where everyone questions his sanity and his logic, but he's absolutely confident in everything he does. He believes in himself. He knows what he is. He has absolute faith in everything he does. And the only things that ever really shook him were like the death of Fire Fist Ace and his inability to do anything against Kuma and Kizaru, that's the admiral's name. During the right before the time skip. Those things really shook him because they opened his eyes to like just how much more he needed to improve to be able to protect his friends. You knew this, you idiot. You knew this. Roland, don't listen to this guy. He's trolling. He's a friend of mine. Anyway, it was there was that. It just felt like they kind of sabotaged Luffy's character just to add more of like that drama. Oh, well, is this like we need to like talk about our feelings and kind of stuff. Talk about feelings on a boat kind of thing. Like they didn't talk about feelings on a boat before when you had Nami and Zoro playing their drinking game, doing their little like BS. Zoro didn't have any friends growing up. Um and then like they tried to like replicate the kind of like banter and silliness of the Straw Hat crew on top of that. But at the same time, again, they tried to make it more like Western Hollywood style, like banter, and it came off as really like Disney Marvel ish and was kind of annoying to me. So I felt like, as far as the changes they made to this series, it was kind of, I don't know. It was like they were starting to sabotage some of the things that actually like were really, really great about One Piece, but they kept a large chunk of the story going. They kept a lot of it intact. I feel like Zoro is that Levi type character, not the main character, but so many people's favorite. Yeah, I could see that actually. That's probably true. Zoro is Zoro is one of those characters who's just well, one, he's become a meme of his own, like the whole like Zoro getting lost thing. And that I'm kind of glad they actually like kept that joke going. Like there are times where like Luffy runs into Zoro and he's like, "Wow, I didn't know you were headed the same direction." And Zoro's just like, "I wasn't. I got lost. I thought it was heading back to X place." So like I said, they keep a large like 95% of the series intact. But the slight changes make me worry. And I had a bit of a discussion in a gilded server with someone about this earlier about how like do we think that this is like something that's going to get repeated, something we're going to see more of in the future from Netflix, like them being faithful to the source material, or do we think that this is just a miraculous stroke of luck? In well, after that conversation, I'm kind of sitting on the fence. We had one good season. We had one good season. And I don't That's a fair way to have, just like us talking about Bleach earlier. Yeah, keep things keeping things like in check. To have your suspicions of something and still be able to enjoy it. So like, do I suspect that season 2 is automatically going to suck? No, clearly they've shown that they can produce a live action adaptation that people receive positively, that people love. I honestly, if they keep up being this committed to source material, I honestly would say that it's almost more fun to watch the One Piece live action than it is to watch the anime, because the anime spends a lot of time on what feels like nothing. What feels like nothing. That was one of the reasons like I had to stop in the middle of Dressrosa. Like the story for One Piece is good, but it feels like it spends a lot of time doing nothing, particularly the anime. Like I said, you get like half episodes once you get into to Dressrosa, where like you get like half of an episode of recap, which is like the entire previous episode, and then you get a new episode. And I'm just sitting there wondering, like, why not just air an entire episode? Well, it's because One Piece has to be released on a weekly schedule. They only had so much material to work with. So they're basically just like trying to figure out any way they possibly could to keep the thing running. Oh no, I've completely derailed myself and I don't remember what my original point is. I need to come up with like a name for this thing if I'm going to keep doing it. But it's that's a little ways off. The issue, I guess I can move on to some of like the news issues that hit from One Piece. Some of the like cultural problems that came up in the wake of the show. Same problem Bleach and Naruto had. It's that shonen anime slog they force when I'd be fine if they just waited and caught up to the manga. Yes. See, this is one of the things that's really, really good about like a lot of people complain about how like new gen manga or new gen anime ruined anime. I disagree. I think every generation of anime has its issues and they just rear their heads. Every anime is just gonna like if their issues are gonna rear their heads at some point. Um, like new gen anime, I really like that they're committed to like seasonal or arc based content where they cover an entire arc of a manga or they do a whole season and they commit to like just doing it in a period of time and then taking a break to really get it done well. Like Jobless Reincarnation. Love that series. I'm glad they do it in like 2 cours and then 2 seasons. Because it really gives them time to like get it down pat and do it well. If they did Jobless Reincarnation as a weekly release, it would not be nearly as good. But right now, you ask me, Jobless Reincarnation, king of the isekai genre. But yes, I think the weekly shonen, yeah, Chainsaw Man and JJK do that as well. The weekly shonen method kind of died out. You don't see it as much anymore now that Naruto has kind of stopped airing. Nobody cares about Boruto. That doesn't count. Bleach is even doing it in pieces now. They're doing it by arcs. And like Bleach's quality has gone up. I don't even think Bleach is like the most amazing anime out there. I really enjoy Thousand Year Blood War. But yeah. The last ones you really see doing it now are One Piece because it's been doing that for an eternity. And probably will continue doing that for an eternity. And Black Clover. But Black Clover is on hiatus because it ran out of material. And now Tabata has been moved over to, I think, like Shonen Jump Plus or something. I forget what the other magazine is. The one that releases quarterly. which basically means there's only going to be 4 chapters of Black Clover a year. Rip. I think new gen anime introducing this more like periodical method of handling content creation is actually a good thing for anime. The issue is a lot of the stories end up feeling like more watered down. Like, I don't think, like, yes, right before one of the best arcs, too. The funny thing is, this arc was such a, like a great bait and switch. It was an arc that was so good. It had everyone convinced it was the worst arc in any sort of manga right up until the end. And like one little like switch changed every freaking thing about that whole arc. One little reversal changed everything. It was that's really good writing. And for as much as like I think Black Clover has its issues, that was a really good moment. One that a few people in the fandom called, including myself. One that I had suspected right from when we met the character. Yeah, you don't even get. They didn't even get to the best of Noel. They didn't. They gave Asta his really kick-ass fight scene, and they did that one amazingly. You called it too? Yeah. Bro, the moment they introduced that character in the series, they immediately gave me the vibe of, oh, I know what this guy is. I know what he is. He radiated energy. And people just wanted to believe because he was a really, really, really cool character that it wasn't going to happen. And, well, those of us who said, hey, we know what you're up to. Eisen vibes. Yeah. I guess I never really called the Eisen one. I mean, because like I was really new to anime when I first started Bleach. It was literally the third or fourth anime I ever watched. So like I hadn't like I wasn't as skilled. I hadn't awakened my latent potential in predicting anime plots. But yes, I think Aizen, this character, Madara, all for one, they all kind of fall into like the same like category, and it's my favorite kind of category. Well, hello to you too. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, so people who complain like new gen anime and stuff bring ruins anime. Animation quality alone and like the structure and the way things are, or, like the way the series is produced, I think is just objectively better. You don't have as much filler, you don't have as much time wasted. Sure, you have gaps between how things go, but at the same time, like it's objectively better content just from like a visual entertainment point of view. That could mean one of two things. You either agree with me or you really hate my guts. So, but hey, I'm glad you watch the videos. I'm glad you tune in. Either way, whether you like what I had to say about Ruby or whether you don't, yeah, rolling. The first couple of seasons of Ruby were great. They really were. Um, and Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yes, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Absolutely goated series. One of my favorite cartoons of all time. One of my favorite animated series of all time. So good. And honestly, I think it should be one of the standards that like a lot of like American and Western cartoons are held to. That and the DCAU. The DC animated universe had excellent storytelling, excellent characters. Um, no worries. I mid your opinions. My view on Ruby is something bad and good. Didn't we talk about Ruby when I had you on? I think we've talked about Ruby before. Um, yeah, I think Roland. I think we have talked about Ruby before. Um, Look, Ruby was one of those series that I thought had so much potential. It was something that I thought was really creative, really fun for the first three seasons, in spite of me thinking that the animation quality was garbage. It captured this sort of like, I don't know, childish aspect of fun, some really good action, really well choreographed fights. I meant Future of Ruby Volume 4, 8, and maybe 9. So are you trying to say that like Volume 4 through 8 or Volume 4 through 9 was kind of like meh and you liked season 1 through 3 and you were hoping to get more of that? Or are you saying like you actually enjoyed those but just don't really don't really necessarily agree with my opinion on it that they definitely took a don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I can be a little simple at times too. No, 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 not trying. Okay, that came off as really weird. I wasn't trying to call you simple. I was saying that. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. 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 I'm getting canceled for that one. Yeah, Ruby wasn't really something I was planning on talking about, but like, I'm gonna get back to some of the One Piece stuff that came up. White man calls someone simple on the internet for. Oh God, no. I was talking about myself. Yeah, there was the One Piece like drama. Like some people tried to drum up some stuff just because it was like popular. You had like the She-Hulk actress Tatiana Maslany or something. People started like complaining that she didn't make as much as McKenyu did for One Piece. And look, if I need to explain to you why One Piece live action pays better than She-Hulk, I don't think we're going to agree on much. She-Hulk was not well received. One Piece was. There was a huge budget behind One Piece. They had like resources, and McKenna has like proven himself to be like a very good actor for the role of a swordsman. Like I saw somewhere that he was involved in the Rurouni Kenshin live action. He was like the villain or something, one of the villains. And honestly, he's like, I want to say he's kind of like a Asian Hayden Christensen when it comes to like sword fighting and dueling because he's just really good at what he does. I don't think the One Piece live action did justice to like how good he is at like nailing his choreography and stuff. But yeah, yeah, yeah. She didn't even get like they didn't. She didn't even have to like do any like intensive like really big time like action sequences like McKenna did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One Piece live action was great. It might not be 100% faithful, but I thought it was really fun. It was really good. It captured a lot of magic. And I have not seen Alita Battle Angel, but like people seem to like really say it was a good live action adaptation. I wouldn't know. Maybe it's something I'll have to watch and talk about. The other issue that I think it was Bounding into Comics tried to dredge up. And this one really kind of like peeved me because when Lofty Pixels has an opinion that is just objectively correct about you, you've probably messed up. You've probably messed up. So Bounding into Comics tried to raise some stink about how the actor who played Kobe, Morgan Davies, was a trans person. And I've never given a flying flip what an adult does to themselves. And I don't give a flying flip whether you slam clams or ride rockets. I don't care about any of that stuff. Um, I thought Morgan Davies, if that's even the actor's real name, I might have just screwed that up. Either way, they were a trans person, and I thought they did a really good job playing Kobe, playing this sort of like really scared, timid, reserved, small guy who dreams of being a hero who protects people. You're welcome. Yes, it was a perfect Kobe. Exactly. And that's the way things should be treated. Like, we shouldn't be going out here like complaining about every single thing. Like, I don't like Pedro Pascal as a person. I think he behaves like a piece of shit. I still think he does like a. I still think he's a good actor. Um, I don't care that Morgan Davies is trans. I don't care that Kobe was played by a trans person. They did a good job. They should be praised for that. The idea of them being trans should be thrown out the window. Do you want to know something? The definitive voice of Batman, the voice of Batman in the best representations of Batman, the animated series and in the Arkham games, was Kevin Conroy, a gay man. Yes, yes. Also, Mark Hamill is an amazing voice actor. His Joker, if I'm not mistaken, he's also Firelord Ozai in Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's weird. He is a really good voice actor, but he's a terrible actor, and I do not like him. Like some of his stances, particularly not his behavior on social media. But I can't discredit the fact that he's amazing as the Joker. He's a good voice actor. Um, that's how we should be treating these things. Um, oh, I forgot. I forgot he skips. That's a thing. How did I forget about regular show? Didn't know that Conroy was gay. Yeah, well, neither did I. That's how much it should matter. We shouldn't care whether, like, we shouldn't care whether an actor or a voice actor or an artist or something is gay. There are certain times where, like, I do think their personal lives are kind of important. Um, but for the most part, I don't care. I'm someone who just likes good entertainment. I'm someone I'm a sucker for a good story. And however that's represented, If you want to give me gay characters, hell, the first series I reviewed on my channel was about a couple of lesbian schoolgirl assassins. Licorice Recoil. If you haven't watched it, fantastic anime. Love it. So glad that they're doing more of it. The issue is yeah, I recognized your profile picture like from the style. Like it looked very regular show. The Night Owl, and yeah, it doesn't matter about if they're gay or not. Separate the art from the artist. Sometimes personal lives are important though, like Gina or Johnny. Yes, yes. Gina and Johnny are like some great examples of like where like personal life actually mattered. You write shows for fun. That's interesting. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of shows? But yeah, like the culture war thing has like gone on, and like, yes, I do think to some extent there needs to be a pushback in culture. Culture is very important, but at the same time, we need to stories. Yeah. Well, I'm a writer too, and I've been trying to finish up something to publish for the end of the year, but well, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, it all started as fun, and I think some of the best projects, the best writing comes out of a genuine passion for writing. Lord of the Rings. You cannot tell me that J.R.R. Tolkien did not absolutely love what he was working on. If not, why devote his entire life to making one of the to making one of the greatest? Okay, not one of the greatest piece of fiction. The writers of Crimson Unite. A. I think the culture war stuff bleeds over into all right. Oh, camera's over here. This. If you read Berserk, you're automatically awesome. Berserk. If you read Berserk and you're not one of those weirdos who goes to Twitter and complains about the eclipse, you're awesome. Berserk is again another one of my like all-time favorite pieces of fiction. It was part of the inspiration for one of the projects I started working on. It was something maybe like I'll try and organize getting a comic book done for, a comic book series done for. But right now I'm working on something else that's just straight up novels. Tolkien was definitely running out of his room, holding his tongue and to not tell people the absolute diamond he was wearing. Yeah, and like while I was down in Alabama, we stopped in Mobile, and I got myself a couple of copies of Tolkien's work. So like I got the Lost Tales Part 1 and the Lost Tales Part 2. And I am excited because I have the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy sitting over there, and I have The Hobbit. I listen to audiobooks at work for 1 and 2, and then I read 3 because apparently they don't have 3 available for free. They don't have Return of the King for free. Well, the sad thing about Berserk is, in spite of it being like one of the like greatest series of all time, it kind of shows like the risk you take by writing a massively long series. Because Kentaro Miura died. I think it was kind of like a sudden thing that nobody saw coming, like he died of a heart attack or something. And now, like Kenji Mori or Keiji Mori, I forget exactly what his name is, has taken over the series and he's going to complete it. But he's admitted that like he cannot do what Miura did. Like it might not ever be its like former glory, and that makes me a little sad. But I respect someone who is willing to take on that burden. Because if you're going to go and like take on um a series that is rightfully the highest ranking manga of all time, um you got some stones. And I'm still gonna read it, and I'm not gonna give the author flack unless he seriously screws up. I'm not gonna give Kenji Mori any flack unless he seriously screws up. Yes, this is one of the things. Like Tolkien's world building is insane with how much he invested into it. And like you listen to some of the interviews and describe it, like he wasn't just creating a story, he was creating an entire mythology. He was creating an entire fictional world. Geography, geology, topography, an entire history for his world, languages. This guy spent so much time making what is. This is why I classify it as the greatest thing, greatest piece of fiction ever written, is because no other work even comes close to the amount of dedication Tolkien had to his series. One Piece is great. Berserk is great. Hell, I even love Star Wars with all its like EU little lore facets and stuff. But Tolkien is just on another level. Berserk is one of those things that has a lot of like things you can take from it. I mean, you can take like one of the big things I took from Berserk is like the price of desire and the darkness in the world. So this is something like I'm not particularly like secretive about, but like I know a lot of people who have been through some like really, really rough stuff in their lives. And I've heard stories from people I trust about some like the very terrible things that go on right underneath our noses that we don't even know about. That was one of the reasons I really fell in love with Berserk, because it was one of those series that wasn't afraid to just like face the darkness. And it kind of shows like the sad, tragic struggle of one man against some really, really, really messed up stuff. And one of the things that like it does is it really does portray the evil of humanity, the things like we don't want to acknowledge about ourselves. Yeah, it really can make you think. And there are other deeper things that people have pulled out of it that I haven't. But for me, Berserk was basically a story about like human darkness, about the things we do to each other, and about how messed up we really are. Taking a lot of inspiration from Tolkien and trying to create my own mythology and history for mine. My chat's like, when will your book be done? Hold on, my friends. It will arrive when ready. A wizard is never late. He always arrives precisely when he's needed. Yeah, I mean, my mom has said the same thing about my writing. I handed out a couple of like early drafts for my first book, and right now I am splitting it in two because it was kind of like it was too scattered for me. It was one of the things I wanted to correct. So now she's all upset that I have I've spent so much time writing because I started writing when I'm 13, and as of today, I'm 24. So that's 11 years worth of work, and not all on this one project. Um, but like, it was one of those things where she thought it was really good, but it was one of those things where I'm really passionate about this story. And it was a theme I wanted to deal with because it was derived from a lot of stories I really loved. One of my favorite animes that like inspired me to start kind of writing in this genre was ReZero. And ReZero is basically a whole story about like your life matters no matter what. You shouldn't be throwing it away. Like you give the main character the ability to reset everything with his death. And the whole message of the story is like just because you feel like you're useless doesn't mean you aren't. Like everyone sees all the work you put in, everyone sees everything you do. Anyway, you can argue that I might overanalyze some things, but I wanted to address like some of the themes that were a little bit more personal to me. Things more like along the lines of like trying to fit in, feeling like you don't have a place in life, like kind of growing up and taking responsibility for your own life. That was the theme behind this book I've been working, or book one of this series I've been working on. And it's kind of like a fantasy adventure thing. I took a lot of the, I took some inspiration from the Japanese isekai stories. I love the genre. Don't always like what is done with it, but I think there are some really good things you can do with it. And like the best of the isekai series do really well with what they have. Hmm. See, I don't know about that one. I think Berserk definitely set the standard for dark fiction. I think it definitely shows like you can deal with like really dark, messed up topics really well without like being an absolute degenerate, I should say. Um, and it definitely should be a model for how you do dark fiction. I don't know if dark fiction wouldn't exist without it. Have I ever watched Future Diary? Actually, a guy I knew recommended that to me like a year ago or something like that. I don't even know if it's been out for a year, but it was quite some time ago. I never really, I don't know. I didn't get into it. I'm not going to say it's not my cup of tea, but listening to Shorty talk about it, how she hates, Dasai or Dasai, I don't remember. Um, makes me think it might not be worth it. But Shorty also tossed aside some of my favorite series like Mob Psycho and ReZero. She also likes one of the worst manga anime series to ever come out, Tokyo Revengers. Don't even get me started on that. Don't. I have two videos. I have two videos on why that series sucked. If you want to know my opinion, go watch those videos. But Future Diary, I don't know enough about it to say anything about it. I haven't watched it. X Arm. um, I see your counter argument, and you clearly haven't been to the end of Tokyo Revengers. It's been out since 2014. then why did it blow up recently? Like it invaded my feed somewhat recently, like within the last year. Maybe that's just because the spyware in my phone heard me and the guy talking about Future Diary and decided it was going to. Oh God, no! I'm going to get more Future Diary ads, aren't I? My phone's sitting right here. It's listening. Remember, folks, always put your phone in the microwave before having any conversation. It's been okay. Also loved Bastard season 1. Haven't I have been meaning to like get to Bastard because everyone talks about Bastard, and now the intro, Bloody Power Fame by Cold Rain. I think same guys who did Mayday. It's on my playlist. I love that song, and every time Ivan does it during his drum streams, it's kind of hard not to just nod along to it. If we want to talk whack anime, though, there is one that I just absolutely do not know how to feel about because I'm like so conflicted about it. X Arm had you that messed up, huh? I was actually like I did a little bit of research into X Arm, because I did a video talking about like is CGI good for anime, um, and like how it should be used and like what it actually does good for the medium. In X Arm was like my example of like the worst of CGI. X Arm, Berserk 2016, So I'm a Spider, So What, which deserved a better anime. The novel series is great. It deserved so much of a better anime. Um, right. The series that I think is kind of whack. The Dangers in My Heart. I watch a lot of different genres. So like this one's kind of like that like slice of life romance thing, but it is simultaneously the most cringe, the most endearing series I have ever watched. Bastards 6 specifically, it's all metal based. So spells are like Megadeth, guns, and oh, that's awesome. So it's all just like 80s rocker, like it's all just like 80s rocker references. That actually like it's kind of clever, but at the same time, kind of gives me JoJo's vibes, and I don't like JoJo's. I'll have to check it out because that's actually kind of sick. Don't watch So I'm a Spider, So What. Look, I love the anime, but it is an absolute shit show of bad CGI. It was one of the series that really opened my eyes to the fact that like CGI is a thing. And showed me just how absolutely awful it can be when used improperly. Improperly. If you want a good idea, if you want like a series that uses CGI really well, go watch Cowboy Bebop the movie. That one uses CGI really well. A lot of the movies do. Too much of a distraction? Yeah, I feel that sometimes actually. Like some of the greatest movies that I've watched in the past, like I went and saw Mugen Train in theaters like the day it premiered. I was just as far as the JoJo thing, I'm just talking about how like everything's named after a band or a song. Like or a music genre. But yeah, It's fitting into the world. I was just kind of making a joke on that one. Um, yes. No, the things that everyone wanted to raise a stink about in this Demon Slayer CGI, they weren't that bad. There were some objectively like there were some like objectively like bad moments in CGI for the recent season of Demon Slayer, but they were very small and they weren't all that common. The dragon, the fish, they weren't bad. In fact, there's actually some really, really good uses of CGI in the background you would never pick up on unless you are really, really paying attention or have a good eye for detail. Like they for like smoke effects and certain things they use CGI. Looks fantastic. Um but yeah, like Mugen Train, that was one like back to the point of it can be too much of a distraction. When Enmu like fuses with the train, you have a 2D head on a 3D body. And the like clear contrast there, like the contrast between those two objects, it didn't look right. At the same time, though, Demon Slayer gets a pass because when its animation goes nutty, it goes absolutely nutty. Rengoku versus Akaza, Gyutaro versus Tengen. Some of the best animated fights you will find in anime. You see, I don't have a whole lot of hopes for the next season of Demon Slayer because it's just going to be one giant training arc. They're basically, and I hate training arcs. They're just going to be doing the Hashira training, which in the manga, I mean, was interesting, but I don't think it's worthy of its own season. And they're doing this because they want to do 2 movies. Because they want to do Infinity Castle and the Final Battle as movies. Because Mugen Train broke records. It was huge. Mugen Train, if you want an example of like something that proved the pandemic was over a long time ago, Mugen Train. Mugen Train was like the highest grossing animated movie. Have I ever watched Devilman? I said Devilman Crybaby. I think I think that should answer your question. That I don't quite know what you're talking about. I've heard the name before. I haven't watched it. Seven Deadly Sins, another one I hear people really complain about, like saying like the first season was good, and then the second season was bad. But yeah, I mean, I'm worried if it's true that season 4 is going to be half CGI. Because the old okay, yeah. Then I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I thought it was one thing, but it's interesting. I'll have to check that one out. I'll have to add Future Diary to the list too, and Bastard. But yeah, it's amazing how like I think at some point, like when it comes to like artwork and animation and stuff, it is fair to criticize, but you have to weight things. Like I weight things for Demon Slayer, and it's like it uses CGI and some of it's pretty bad. But overall, the like UFO Table gets a pass because they do some of the best, cleanest, most beautiful animated fight scenes you'll ever see. And their backgrounds are amazing, their attention to detail. I love it. Um doesn't mean I can't criticize the fact that they use some bad CGI. I know it's to save on time and to save on money. But the fact is, like, some of that CGI just wasn't good. Chainsaw Man uses CG pretty good in parts. Yes, actually, Chainsaw Man, like one of the examples I used in my video talking about CGI was like Chainsaw Man buries its CGI in all that high speed action. I don't like what they did. Still love it. I haven't seen AOT. I know that makes me like. Yes. I actually read the Chainsaw Man manga before I watched the series. My box set should be arriving soon. I'm really excited for that. Um, but yeah, Chainsaw Man, like they do CGI really well in that series. Sometimes looks a little awkward. Most of the time looks really good. Because it ends up not being so obvious once things start moving really, really fast. And Chainsaw Man does that really well. Those like high speed action sequences. Mappa in general seems to like do really well. And I don't understand because there was that controversy where people were saying that it should be reanimated and that it was bad. I thought Chainsaw Man was good. Yeah, I'm a bit of a manga collector. I have a few pieces of my oops of my Claymore box set sitting on my desk here that I was supposed to read over vacation. I have a Chainsaw Man box set coming. I have Demon Slayer box set, Silent Voice box set, um, and a couple of other like 18 plus box sets. Look, I said I was a sucker for a good story. It doesn't matter whether it. To be fair, my dress up darling on the manga covers. I have a couple of them. I could get up and show you. My dress up darling has like warning, or warning, like content warning, like revealing stuff, all that. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a bit of a collector, and sometimes that means I buy manga that I like actually can't read. I may or may not have a series sitting over in the corner that's entirely in Japanese because I wanted to add the manga to my collection because I love the series. So now I got to learn an entire language just so I can read 15 manga books. Oh, for like me reviewing Attack on Titan and stuff. Maybe I'll do that. I've kicked around doing some like series reviews, just like going in and like doing the React stuff. Um, but like generally when I'm watching stuff, unless it's like really, really, really exciting, um, oof. All I can say to that is oof. But yeah, I've considered doing a few of those kinds of reaction things, but like I'm generally pretty like quiet and stone faced when I'm not like when I'm just sitting there watching. Unless it's something that like really gets my goat. I'm usually just sitting there like it's one of the things that just like wouldn't be fun. So like I also like try to like pause on like really dumb screenshots. I have all like there's a I have a Discord, and one of the channels is just full of really stupid screenshots I took while watching anime. You see, I'm not really into like the psychological horror thriller kind of stuff. Um, so I never checked it out. I heard good things about it. People seem to like Megan. I'll take their word for it. But I find myself, ooh, hey, maybe I catch up to the man, and we just do like a full on like anime cast sometime. And yeah, a lot of the movies I watch now are animated stuff. So like I collect manga, I collect physical copies of movies. So like this one proved to be more of a pain in the ass than it should have been to get. So I originally ordered like a deluxe copy that I found, but it turns out it was only encoded to work in Britain for like Blu-ray. I also have this sick ass movie. I pretty much collect Shinkai movies. Want to do an anime cast really bad. We've been trying to plan one. Dude, hit me up. I tried to see if you wanted to join me for this and talk a little bit of like One Piece and all of that earlier today. But yeah, I'm definitely down to like if you guys if you guys ever feel like having me on for something like that, I am 100% down to just get on, talk shit about anime. Trust me, you want someone with outrageous hot takes, I'm your guy. I can give you some like nuclear grade hot takes. The kind of stuff that'll get like I can I can give you some stuff that'll piss off entire fan bases. And it's not stuff as simple as Full Metal Alchemist is not the most amazing anime out there. And here I was worried that this I was not going to here I was worried I was not going to have enough time to or not going to have enough material to go for like an hour or so. But you two out here in chat definitely giving me enough material to go by. Oh, it's memorable. It's fun. I just don't think it. I just think it suffers from some severe overhype, like Spy Family, which I expect Spy Family season 2. Quickly, pretty good. I never read the manga. I thought Brotherhood was really good. Oh man, don't, no. Please don't remind me of that. Yeah. You see, I thought Brotherhood was good. It definitely demonstrated really good writing, and it definitely demonstrated pretty good combat. My issue was it felt like the main characters weren't even the main characters in their own show. They did a lot of walking around, a lot of talking, and not a whole lot of solving any of the major problems. And that's what it felt like to me. It felt like Mustang and by the way, Mustang is badass. It felt like Mustang and other people solved most of Brotherhood's problems, and Ed just kind of comes in clutch at the end. Which I can understand from a point of view. Ed's a kid. So is Alphonse. No, this one's had me intrigued. Erased. Oh. Let's see. Erased was one of those that was like, ooh. I will send you that in just a bit here. Oops, I gotta do something else. Do 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 do. Erase seemed interesting to me. It was just something I never picked up because like I'm so scatterbrained and all over the place. Oops. Okay, there I can finally type again. Messages. All right. Don't know if you got that, but I sent that to you. If I'm okay. What else did I have on my list? I had a bunch of topics that I could cover. Maybe I have something else on here that I can hit up for a little extra time, or I can just cover. I mean, I guess we could talk about Matt Walsh having more bad takes on anime, or not anime, on entertainment. Um, there's of course the whack McDonald's stuff. That was funny. I found plenty of things in like I guess I could pull up my bookmarks tab on Twitter and find something. There's Konosuba, and there's Matt Walsh. Don't need to hold that. Um, well, I guess in the meantime I can oops. All right. Hi. Where is that post? Trying to find it. Undead Unlock trailer. There was all the goofy stuff around Azure Lane. Oh, hold up. Here we go.
What's up, brother, man?
Howdy. Howdy.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm
This is
doing
one really
absolutely fine.
I'm so sorry I missed that. Like, as you were saying it, I fell asleep earlier. I've been on a bit of pain relievers, but for some surgery I had, but
Ooh.
knocked me out. And I was like, I woke up, saw you were streaming, popped on there after watching Gary's for a little bit, and then you said that, and I was like, oh shit.
It's okay. Just so we're clear, I wasn't trying to be passive aggressive. I
Oh no.
been planning to do this when I got back from my trip.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like I figured I'd just send you the message, see if you wanted to come on, because these things tend to be like a whole lot easier for me when I actually have someone to talk to. I'm
Oh
not
yeah, I
like
got.
Ryan where I can like sit there and just go and
I
go and
wish I was
go.
like that. A lot of people don't realize how difficult that is to just go on
Mhm.
your own. That's why when you said
Well,
that earlier, you were like, "Oh, sorry, guys." I was like, "Don't be sorry," because I know this is like it's not as easy as it looks to
yeah.
just keep talking and talking.
Well, to add another layer onto it, like I was homeschooled, so I never really had to do any like big presentations or any of that. So like being in front of like people and having to talk and give presentations stuff, that was something I did in college and I was disastrously bad at, but never really had to do it in high school.
Yeah, they forced us to do a public speaking class just for college in eighth grade. I think they're like, "You're gonna need this for later." Like, we're teaching us now, but yeah, I know. I feel you on that one. It's definitely
Uh,
easy. I mean, that's what Gary and Ryan and all of them always say is it's one of the most difficult things is just talking on your own.
mhm.
Especially, dude, like the one stream that I watched, your first one, which I thought was really good. You did a great job, but I'm like, he's talking, he's going, dude. He's just going, and he's able to do it. Like you can do you're one of the people that can do that, even if you feel like you can't. You're doing it well.
Well, that's always nice to hear.
Yeah.
It's always like, yeah, well, I guess. Look, I got a couple of things I can bring up here.
Cool.
Like I got a couple of trailers I saw. Like Konosuba is getting more anime. I'm excited about that.
Sweet.
They have the Undead Unluck trailers out. And Matt Walsh having more bad opinions on entertainment. But
Oh, of course he does.
first,
If I'm
he
looking
always
down,
does.
I'm looking at chat. That's why. Hi, Black
Um,
Queen.
I think first though, have you heard any of this stuff about Kagurabachi?
No.
Basically, it's a manga that they made some like post of like Shonen Jump made some post about the big three, and it introduced
Mhm.
Kagurabachi at the same time. Um, and people have basically taken to like treating it like it's Morbius, and they're like way overhyping it just because. It makes me
Gotcha.
feel kind of bad for the author. So like I went and read the thing to see if people are like just being mean or if it's actually like straight up bad and getting undeserved attention.
What do you think?
It's there are markings of something good there, but the characters just aren't there.
Okay, I see what you mean. That's kind of to me. Well, like we talked about how I feel about Boruto. It's like the markings are there, but you're not focusing
Mhm.
on the character Like the markings being in that specific show, the characters that we know, but you're not focusing on the new characters to make us like them whatsoever.
Mhm. See, one of the things I think they needed to do for Boruto was not necessarily nerf Sasuke and Naruto, but restrain them to like where they're like so tied up they can't actually like get in on
Yeah.
the plot. That gives Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki, whatever his name is,
Mitsuki,
like
yeah.
a really good opportunity to go out and fill that void and to do the things Naruto and Sasuke and
Mm-hmm.
other characters can't.
Well, the same way the Hokage was always tied up in Naruto, like
Mm-hmm.
even though we know that Tsunade could have shown up and kicked ass whenever she needed to, so could the third. They didn't need to. It didn't fit the story at the time.
Yeah. No, that's the way like you need to do sequels if you're going to do it is you're like either you send off your old characters in a really like heroic like nobly sacrificial way
Mm-hmm.
or you sort of tie them up like Leia and Han should have been tied up in like New Republic politics to keep them out
Understood.
of the war. Luke should have been tied up with the Jedi Order to keep him restrained. That leaves the opportunity for other characters to step up and fill the role of new protagonists.
And then you bring in our old protagonist to show them the way because you had it
Mhm.
perfectly. Finn could have been like the Leia-esque character, and then you have Poe as the pilot who's an ace shot, and then you have this girl Rey who's kind of feeling her way through the galaxy for the first time compared to these other characters that have already been doing that. That was the way to do it. And
Mhm.
I mean, A New Hope kind of already did that in its own way before we knew that, Obi-Wan and Vader and everybody was around way before. There were still characters that kind of leaned on or taught these other characters what to do. Yeah, and the
Yeah,
moral
yeah.
of the story is Disney's stupid.
No kidding. I was actually went out to dinner with some friends tonight, and we were kind of talking about it. Like, I'll acknowledge that Andor is good, and I haven't watched it. Just from hearing everyone who's talked about it say that it's good.
Oh, I like it. I'm not one of those people that's like Andor or saying it's bad, like it, or saying it's not Star Wars because there's bricks and screws and not enough lightsabers and pew pews. Like, no, it's a good, well written story that fits in Star Wars in its own way. Is there some episodes that draw on a little bit too long? Yeah, but there was a lot of episodes like that in Game of Thrones too, and it was still a really good show. And as an anime fan, I'm used to filler. So if you give me a couple episodes of filler in a 12-episode Star Wars show, but it gives character development,
Mhm.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Um, but like as far as Star Wars goes, I have so little faith in Disney that I'm just straight up hesitant to touch anything that has their name on it.
I don't blame you. When it comes to Andor, I think that's the one that you can without having to worry about Disney's fingers getting in it because Gilroy is not letting them do anything. Like he's got full control. You don't. Is there? Could you say that the one Imperial Security Bureau agent is a bit of a girl boss? Sure, but she's a high-ranking Imperial Security Bureau agent, and we've seen a lot of high-ranking female Imperials in Star Wars. It's not out of the blue,
Mm-hmm.
and she gets undermined a lot, and she gets her ass kicked a couple times without any spoilers. I mean, there's a part straight up where she thinks she's gonna die because she went too far in. She was girl bossing too hard, and then the people kind of took her out, and she gets saved by somebody else. But she realizes, like, you could see that she's genuinely terrified. She's like, "Oh my god, I stepped in too deep." And they do it well in that show. I mean, is there strong female characters? Yes. Is there strong male characters? Absolutely. It's equal across the board. You have weak male characters and weak female characters, and vice versa. I think Tony Gilroy truly understands how to write a good story, and he wrote Rogue One, and I mean he's doing a great job with Andor. I think if there's one that you can watch, it would be that and probably Tales of the Jedi, but you could skip the Ahsoka episodes if you're getting tired of her being in everything.
Yeah. Well, no, that was like another thing as far as like a Star Wars stuff. Like I saw like the clips, and I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but like McKenyu's like I kind of compared. I made said he was like an Asian
Like an
Hayden
Asian.
Christensen
Yep.
because like they're dueling skills, and I watched the clips of Christensen and what's the chick who plays Ahsoka in their like bridge
Rosario.
battle. What was
Rosario.
that?
Rosario Dawson.
Rosario Dawson.
Yeah.
I watched the clip of them doing the duel, and honestly, what I felt, it wasn't like, oh, this is sick. It's, oh, Hayden Christensen's skill with a saber is wasted here.
Yes, it is, dude.
I'm sitting there like, this could have been a really good fight if you like put the effort into like making like Ahsoka sort of like replicate Anakin's skill.
Yep.
If you had two people like you did with like Obi-Wan and Anakin in Episode 7, and it really shows off just like how like tense the battle is.
And they trained for months with Nick Gillard for that. Months. And I don't know if you watch. I watch Theory and Star Wars Theory, and he just created he actually interviewed Nick Gillard, who is the stunt and fight choreographer for the prequels. That's why we have such good lightsaber duels in the prequels.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick actually worked closely with Christopher Lee on the way that they did Christopher Lee's dueling because he was a professional fencer. And I don't know if you knew that either. Christopher Lee is one of the most badass people. He started a metal band in his 80s.
Oh, Christopher. Yeah, he was also the only member of the Lord of the Rings set to meet Tolkien, if I'm not mistaken.
He met Tolkien. I mean, imagine being able to put on your headstone, I'm Saruman and Count Dooku. Like that's and I was in World War II and I fought with a sword and a gun, and I was also a fencer professionally. Like the man is and he was Dracula. Like the dude is awesome. And like Nick Gillard, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have that stunt choreography and those really good lightsaber duels that we have. And something that, like I said, I watched Star Wars Theory. He did this on Monday. Last Monday, he created and Nick's in on it. So he created a not GoFundMe. What's it called for? Sign the petition.
Change.org.
Change.org. There's a Change.org directed at Disney to bring Nick Gillard back for lightsaber choreography because you can tell that Hayden did not forget a thing. It looks like he had to actually pull his punches when fighting with Rosario.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the things that infuriated me about that clip when I was watching it. Like I saw Disbrew did his old video, and I keep up with it through that. And I was watching that fight as he was covering it. I'm like, this could have been such a good saber fight if they'd given Ahsoka some better choreography, if they'd put more effort into it, and if Christensen didn't have to pull his punches.
Exactly. See, like, no offense to whoever did the choreography for Rosario, but I mean, she's all makeuped up and has the headdress on, the head tails, and all that stuff. You could have easily gotten the stunt actress who did the CGI for season 7 when she's fighting Maul, because a lot of people don't know this. Ahsoka versus Maul is all actual motion capture.
Oh, they mocap that?
Yeah, so there's two badass fighters that are actually doing all of those moves in the behind the scenes. It's really cool. You could have gotten that same stunt actress, brought her back in, makeuped her all up, did a little bit of your fancy Disney CGI work that you've done with Luke and other characters, and she would totally be able to just do those little short scenes because it's not consecutive. They're like shots, and then it'll cut back to Hera or cut back to Sabine or Balin or whatever, and then go back to her. Like, you could have done that with this actress and still made it look like Rosario and had the fight be way better. Just my opinion, but
yeah, no freaking kidding.
And no offense to Rosario, because she's a good actress, they're not giving her anything to work with, like, at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't know because I haven't watched the series. I really just see clips and stuff. So
all you really.
I wanted to bring that point up because like it was one of those things where like when I see something that could have been great, it kind of like irritates me because normally what kills that kind of stuff is some sort of apathy on someone's part.
Yeah.
And it makes me just sad that you wouldn't just go for it and try and make it good because and it's even more infuriating because it makes it all seem like, well, they only did it because Ahsoka had to win.
Exactly. And it shouldn't have been like that, in my opinion. Like, she didn't even really beat him. She just disarmed him. Like, he disarmed her first. And then she, like, it was a trick of the camera because I'm a martial artist myself. And when I saw that move, physically, that wouldn't have worked. I was like, how'd the lightsaber get there? Facing
the sort of like swing around.
Spins it, and then they cut the camera and switches to her face, and she has it around, like towards his neck. I'm like, first of all, that wouldn't have worked. Second of all, we've literally seen Anakin grab Obi-Wan's lightsaber from his hand and do it correctly. In Revenge of the Sith, twice in that battle does he actually grab Obi-Wan's hand and twist it. And the one time he's got it twisted towards his own neck, Obi-Wan still doesn't drop it. So what you're telling me here is that Anakin let her do that? Like, it's...
Which, at that point, what was the point in that lesson?
Exactly. Well, the point was stupid because it's live or die. And it's like, no, that's not, in my opinion, what Anakin would be teaching her. Yes, live and die in that way, but you can say it in a different way that makes it more impactful. Like, darker light even would make it more impactful.
Well, you could have even, like, done it, like, where you get, like, I think the phrasing in that is all wrong. It should have been, do you want to live or die? That changes the entire parameter there.
Yep.
Because it's basically saying you need to fight like you want to live.
Yeah. He's telling her that she needs to live.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not her choice. Like, none of that, the way that they did it, made any sense. And I actually I'm in the camp that I don't even think that was really Anakin's Force goods, because that wasn't even really the world between worlds, in my opinion. I'm in the camp of she's been floating in the water. She was actually dead. Like, legitimately was dead. And this choice brought her back. And I think if you had included the daughter, Morai, the daughter of the light, into it in some way, it would have made a lot more sense. Like, even if you just showed the owl there watching them as they fought, you could chalk that all up to this is the owl bringing her back, as opposed to her just coming back because she's Ahsoka. Mm-hmm. This is technically the third time that she's died and come back to life.
Yeah.
Like,
and it really, like, kind of felt like the whole, like, live or die moment was, like, trying to be super deep and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But it just kind of, like, failed because the phrasing on what they're saying is wrong. And, like, it seems really, like, confusing to try and follow it. And ultimately, you say you don't even think it's the real world between worlds. I don't even think it's real Star Wars.
I mean, you're right. I'm with you. I've been beaten and battered by Disney Star Wars since 2015 or 16, and I don't have a problem with some of the shows, but I have to admit, like, Bad Batch and Tales of the Jedi, and actually season 1 of Visions, the anime one that they got all the Asian creators to make, way better than Book of Boba Fett, like freaking Kenobi. Kenobi was a disgrace.
Absolutely.
Like, that's when I was like, okay, I'm gonna continue to watch these because Star Wars is my favorite IP next to Lord of the Rings. So I'm going to continue to watch all of these shows, whether I hate them or love them. I will admit when they're good. I will admit when they're bad. And there's been so many times I've had to admit that they're bad that now Ahsoka being mid, I'm like, well, the cinematography and the music is good. And Balin's great. Like, that's what I'm clinging to now. I'm like, that's good now. Like, That's better than Mando season 3 that made zero sense. At least there's some things in the writing of Ahsoka to me that make sense, but the first 3 episodes are pointless.
So there was this thing I wanted to like start doing for my channel, and I don't know whether I want to invite the wrath of angry fans, but I wanted to start like taking series that like I might not have liked and like sort of like talking about them and like how they could have been better. And Mando season 3 is one of those because you could have done that whole storyline in a really cool way. Like you can have your Bo-Katan in there. You can
Yep.
have all of that. The Mandalorians are cool. You can go with the whole reconquest of Mandalore, but Din Djarin has to be the one leading it.
Exactly.
Bo-Katan has to be someone who's invested in bringing her people back, not someone who's invested in grabbing power.
Yep. Dude, and then what they did,
And she sees that Din Djarin has the Darksaber, and she gets behind the guy, and they go around basically uniting all the Mandalorians to take back their homeworld.
Well, that's what
that
everybody thought.
It should have been the Mandalorian.
We
and that
all
would have
thought
kicked
that was
ass.
going to happen, and you have to, again, corporate Disney bullcrap is they had to rewrite that entire season because Cara Dune was supposed to be a major point, and we couldn't have Gina. And like, so then they were like, all right, Jon Favreau, it's still coming out on the same time. We're doing a lot of reshoots. Get ready. And that was it. Like, so there was no extra time given. There was nothing like that. And you completely just destroyed the character.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. But yeah, you ruined the show. And then this weapon, the Darksaber, that's been built up as something extremely powerful and remarkably important since 2010. You just have Moff Gideon grab it and crush it in his hand? Are you kidding with me? Like, and it's nothing.
I actually didn't hear about that.
Dude, he's fighting Mando or Bo-Katan. Oh yeah, you know Bo-Katan gets the Darksaber, right? He just gives it to her.
Yes, I know that.
I hated that.
Yeah, that was one of my like major complaints. Like, I basically took some cliff notes on it, so I didn't know about the destruction of Darksaber, which one of the coolest items in the Star Wars world.
Oh, it's so awesome! And then you build it up even more to the normies, right? Because of season 1 of Mando, season 2 of Mando, you've built this thing up to the normies and Book of Boba Fett that it's extremely important to the Mandalorians. And Moff Gideon wants it. He wanted it. He had it. And then you have Moff Gideon show up after Mando's now just given it to Bo-Katan, which then decreased her character because she didn't get it the way that every other person has gotten it. It was given to her when in reality she should have just given up and been like, you know, the theories where her and Mando are going to rule together. She'll do the bureaucratic stuff, and he'll just be the figurehead as the guy with the Darksaber. You know,
he demonstrates no interest in like being a big leader or whatever, but like it would make way more sense to have Bo-Katan be like, I want you to like basically represent Mandalore. And but I'll control everything. I'll be in charge. I have a background in politics, in leading people, and you can do your thing.
Well, they even kind of set up this weird relationship and chemistry between the two of them, which I liked, where both of them care about Grogu. And I was fine with that because I could see them being like surrogate parents of his in a way eventually. But you've wiped that clean now because once he gives her the saber, she now has that, right? And that's cool, whatever. She got it back. I get it, but there was no payoff. You didn't build it up to the people that haven't watched that she used to own it. And then now when she's fighting Gideon, he knocks her to the ground, grabs her wrist, breaks her wrist, and just crushes the Darksaber in it. Doesn't even take the crystal, just literally destroys it with one hand. Like, just snaps it like a twig. And I was like, are you serious? And then the entire base blows up. So, no one grabbed the crystal.
So do you think they're going to make the entire season 4 about like Bo-Katan having to rebuild it, or is she just out of the story entirely?
I think that she's in it. She's definitely going to be in it. but the Darksaber is nothing now. It was a MacGuffin to get her to that point, and then I don't even think. I mean, getting in a little bit of a rabbit hole, I don't even think that was the real Gideon, because you know the meme where he's like, "My clones." You hear about that?
Oh boy.
He cloned himself, and the way he dies, dude, is so lame. Like this Star Destroyer is coming down. This big explosion happens, and Mando and Bo-Katan get behind like a shield, and Grogu's using the Force to stop the fire, and Gideon just stands there and he goes, "Ah!" And you just see him getting engulfed in fire, and that's it. I was like, really? You built up that character with Giancarlo Esposito, one of the best actors of our time right now, for a villain, and then you just kill him like that? No. It was the writing in 3 was so bad. The best episode to me of that entire season was the one that didn't have Bo-Katan and Mando in it at all, and was the one exploring the New Republic. Which I know a lot of people hated that episode, but at the time they expected the story to be good. That was episode 3. So now when you go back, you're like, yeah, the best episode was the one with Dr. Pershing and just walking around the New Republic and figuring out what's going on with Coruscant and stuff like that. Way more interesting than the whole rest of the season. Like there's some cool shots, but
how do you take one of the coolest facets of like Star Wars lore? Like the Mandalorian stuff always intrigued me ever since like Jango Fett. When I saw that, when they first introduced the concept of like Mandalorians and stuff in the movies.
Yeah.
Thought it was awesome. Like you have a race, like a warrior race who contends with the Jedi without force powers through tactics.
And
I thought that was awesome. How do you absolutely shit the bed on delivering an epic warrior race?
They're literally space samurai. I don't get how you, or space Vikings more like I don't get how you mess that up. Like they've created an armor based on an alloy on their planet that can deflect lightsaber blades and laser bolts.
Mm-hmm.
It's not impervious, but it's like really close. And then
it's good enough to give the Mandalorians a fighting chance against the Jedi lightsaber.
And then they have like their little whistling birds, like the little tiny missiles that are like this big, like, and then like needles. And then you have ropes, you have jetpacks, you have arm shields, you have flamethrowers, you have, your blasters. A lot of them use rifles. Like Mando,
they use like physical projectiles, right? Because the lightsaber basically just slices it into shrapnel. The Jedi had a hard time blocking them.
Exactly. Some of them, even in the books, had shotguns with like spread shot, and then you don't use any of that. Like you have Mando use all of that stuff against people that aren't Force users, and then it's so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
It's so stupid. And then you have Sabine, right, in Ahsoka, who they keep trying to say, like, dude, they did it again in this past episode. She was in a prison cell and she went like this to the door, and the door started shaking. And I said, I swear to God. And then it cuts to outside, and it's the Star Destroyer making the whole base shake. And I was like, what? You're doing it just to make us pissed for like 30 seconds. Like, you don't have to do that. She's not so sensitive.
The thing that pisses me off about Sabine is she wears so little armor, yet every attack hits the armor.
Yep.
Like she literally wears the only good armor she has is her chest plate and her helmet.
Yeah.
It's the only thing protecting anything vital.
And her
everything else is like almost everything else is just garbage, like the shoulder plates, the boots, and all that. Like, why bother wasting the Beskar on that? Make yourself like a Beskar corset or something to protect your gut.
Dude, and then here's the thing, like in that episode, you probably didn't see her fight Shin. I don't know if you did. But
I haven't seen the latest episode.
So grafted onto the wrist right here. So that was episode 4 when Ahsoka got knocked off into the water.
Okay, that one. Yeah, I think I have seen that fight where she gets captured.
They're fighting in the woods. Yeah. So what happens is the tech, when we see this in Mando, they literally show it in Mando, and it's in the books as well. So they have their Beskar plate right on their wrist, and then grafted on top they put the circuits and everything like that, and the control panel. So that's not Beskar. Yet she uses that to block a lightsaber, and nothing happens to all the controls on her wrist at all. Like,
well, Roland, you're forgetting. She's a woman.
I was
She's
gonna say,
automatically
she's a
immune.
woman.
She's
You're right.
automatically immune to a lightsaber.
You're right. That's the oh my god, that's what, the third woman in Star Wars now that's taken a lightsaber to the gut and is fine. Or the third time, because Reva got stabbed twice.
Yeah, technically a second woman, but that's the third time a woman has taken a stab to the gut and survived. Yeah, and like I might have said this in like some of my previous videos, but I'll say it here. One of my issues with the way they write like female characters is it's no longer about like embracing the things that make women like unique and special, or making them like clever characters.
Or using
It's about turning them into men. Like one of the things that I'll go back to like the One Piece live action. They do Nami really good because they don't portray Nami as strong like Luffy or Zoro. They portray her as clever and witty. Like she's really good at manipulating people and getting in and lying her way through things.
Yes, sir.
And like using her appearance and all that, especially in the anime. She's really good at using what she's got to manipulate people. And like, it's one of those things where like they don't understand a situation where like a female character uses something other than strength to get a man to do what she wants.
Yep. The old Bond girls were good at like that. That was it. I mean, I think it always brings me back to Eowyn from Lord of the Rings or Arwen. Like either one, they command power. Or Galadriel even. Mm-hmm. They command in the Hobbit, especially when you literally see her show up in the Hobbit and she just raises her hand and that orc just like she doesn't need to do that all the time because she is so powerful and she realizes that she doesn't need to be on the front lines. Like she could probably wipe out an entire battalion of orcs if she wanted to, but she doesn't need to. And she controls things in a different way. And it always brings me back to Eowyn and the way that she trained. She did her best. She knew that she was weaker. Her brother's telling her all the time not to be misogynist, but because he cares and he knows the truth of war and battle, that he's like, listen, sister, like, when you get there, you're not going to, like, I don't want you fighting because war is for men, because I don't want you dead. You won't realize how horrible it is. And when she gets there, she does. She sees people die. She gets hit by the Witch King one time. He breaks her arm and shoulder. Like, when she hits the shield. And she's scared. You can see her crawling for her life after that, after she kills him. But that's what made it so powerful of a scene, was that she knew she was weaker. And she literally says, I'm not a man. I am no man. And takes him out anyway. Like, and that to me is like perfect female writing. Again, they did that in One Piece with the girl who I forget her name, Reiko or something. Zoro's friend, Rico.
The hand chick.
The other girl who was like that great.
Oh, I always forget her name. The other swords.
The great line where she goes, "I'm stronger than you now, but when you become a man, I won't be." And he goes, well, I don't want to hear that from you. I don't want to hear that bull crap. We're going to train together and we'll see who's strongest later.
Mm-hmm.
But it was still powerful that she was like, I understand my weaknesses compared to that. I mean, it goes back, like you said earlier, to the animated DC and animated Marvel. Like Black Widow never was going toe-to-toe with Thanos. Like she knew that her skills were way better used elsewhere.
Yeah. Or like you had like, even in the Batman the animated series, you had Batgirl was like significantly weaker than Batman or Nightwing. And they showed that, but like she was still a good character because it wasn't just what she could do, but who she was that made her the good
Right.
character. Same with
She's still
like
a fighter.
Catwoman.
Yeah.
Catwoman was clever, and that was the whole reason that she was able to get away and contend with Batman. It's
Right.
because she didn't try to straight up overpower him. She thought about what she was going to do, and she
Right.
used everything to her advantage.
And there's actually every time that she tries to physically fight Batman, he ends up pinning her against a wall. And so, like, every time. And then what does she do? She still gets out of it with her feminine charm and her way of manipulating Bruce, because she knows how to manipulate him. And she gets out of it every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's well done. That's good story writing. And we even see that. I mean, it might have been later in Game of Thrones, but you see that with Arya too, because she thinks she's so badass now. And then when, it sucks that it's season 8, but when shit's going down with the White Walkers, she's terrified. She's like, I can't do anything against this. Like, this is like as soon as they're coming through, who saves her? It's Barrack and the Hound and a couple other dudes that are holding the line so that Arya can run and get to John. And she doesn't end up getting to John, she gets to Theon, but you know what I'm saying? Like, they still did that way where she realized, I can't fight in this war. I mean, they didn't have Sansa do that. They had Daenerys on the dragon the whole time because they did not want them in combat, because they're like, if we lose you guys, you're our leaders, you're our strategists, you're the smart one. Like, we can't lose you strategically. It wasn't just because you're a woman, I want to protect you. It was strategy. It made perfect sense to have all these dudes fighting an army compared to, all right, let's throw the women out there fighting with us, because no, they're the brains. They've been the brains. I mean, say what you will about season 8, but I think that was done well. I mean, I hate that season with a passion, but at least that was one thing done well.
Mm-hmm. Or you could even like keep it in like the Star Wars universe, where like Princess Leia was like the archetype of a strong female character. She
Absolutely.
was bossy, she was commanding, but at the same time, like she had aspects to her that were likable and respectable.
Mm-hmm.
She was a leader, or she was respected not because like she was some like fierce warrior princess. She was respected because she was willing to take control and do what needed to be done. She literally would put herself in harm's way to do the things that had to happen in order to fight back against the Empire. And that's what led to A New Hope. And she was running information that she knew could possibly get her killed to the rebels, and she didn't care.
Mm-hmm. Because she knew that was the right thing to do. And then you even still, when you look at Return of the Jedi, and you see her get captured by Jabba, when Luke shows up, she doesn't say anything. She doesn't act like she knows him. She knows, obviously, he's like, there's Leia there looking, sexy, chilling on the thing, but he doesn't. He's not like,
Sweet home Alabama.
right. He's like, I'm not gonna say anything to Leia, and she gives him the look, and he doesn't say anything. So not to seem like they were in on the same thing at all, and then what happens? As soon as the guys start the fight above the Great Pit of Carcoon, the Sarlacc, that's when she jumps into action, because she's like, I'm the last thing Jabba would expect right now.
Yeah, she literally uses the fact that she's this small, insignificant female, not someone you would expect to like be this sort of like upfront fighter warrior, to get the jump on the guy they want to get rid of.
Yep.
While Luke takes care of everything outside.
Exactly. And that, like you said, perfect female archetype. Again, I think it's the same thing with Eowyn. I mean, and she doesn't even. Here's the other thing with Eowyn: she doesn't even get the jump on the Witch King. It's Mary. it's Mary who stabs him in the back of the leg, and then that's when she takes her opportunity to take him out. And I think that's kind of a symbolism for the little guy, both of them, like as in weaker as I'm a hobbit and weaker than the Witch King as I'm a young woman, taking on this one of the most powerful generals in Sauron's army, and they take them out together.
It's also in line with the theme that Tolkien was like trying to capture, with like these little things are how you turn back darkness. That was
Yes.
pretty much like his whole point of writing like the Lord of the Rings. You see, it's all these like these culmination of like small acts of bravery and goodness that leads to the destruction of the One Ring and the salvation of Middle Earth. And in that, you see like Mary or the Eowyn didn't win the battle on her own by something she did. Mary didn't win the battle on something or on his own by something he did. It was the culmination of their actions that
Yep.
led to the downfall of some great evil.
Well, even still, he does it multiple times with the Ents taking on Isengard.
Mm-hmm.
What did it take? 2 hobbits to convince these Ents to go and attack Isengard, and they lost a lot of people, and they weren't even going to help until Pippin had the idea to show him directly what happened to Fanghorn. When Pippin's like, "Oh no, go north." They're like, "Well, why would you want to go north? That can take you straight to Isengard." And he's like, "Exactly." And then when the Ents get to Isengard, they see, "Oh no, all right, we're going to war," and it's awesome. Like, and it's the little guy who did it.
It really is, and that's one of the things like that just makes that series so great is the way you can like pick up on the themes Tolkien was trying to instill, like the importance of friendship and having people who are close to you can trust, the importance of doing small acts of goodness all the time whenever you can. There's so much of that in that series. And I don't know, sometimes I can overanalyze things, but like when I look at the Lord of the Rings, those are the things that stand out to me. The way like the most insignificant people who are just doing what they can lead to this overwhelming victory for the side of good.
Well, that's what Gandalf even says. I think it's in The Hobbit, and I know how the Hobbit movies are perceived by a lot of fans. I do really like certain parts of them a lot, and I enjoyed them. I mean, they're 10 times better than what anything Rings of Power could think to be, but
That's a pretty low bar you're setting there, my
100
friend.
times better than anything that Rings of Power thinks it could be. But Gandalf even says it like, never underestimate the strength of hobbits, or something around those lines.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like saying never underestimate the little guy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there is one like meme from the Lord of the Rings series that I thought was absolutely hilarious. You know that meme of like it's like the big book and it'll say something that's like the little book.
Yeah.
And one of them it was like the big book and it was Lord of the Rings. And then it was an even bigger book and it was like a tiny strip of blue at the top in all red pages and it's Lord of the Rings, but if Merry and Pippin had a gun. And the blue part was like the actual story, and the red part was Marion trying to get the gun away from Marion.
I saw that. That was so funny.
I'm like, if that doesn't perfectly encapsulate the character, the characters, I don't know what does.
Yeah, man. Like if Merry and Pippin had a gun, just one, they don't even need multiple. If they just had a gun, like if the two of them could be holding an MG42, like one's holding the
I need someone to generate an AI image of two hobbits holding an MG42.
That would be amazing.
Or even just like draw it. If someone gives me an image of a couple of hobbits handling an MG42. That's it. That's it. I don't know. There's nothing else in life.
I will
that
make
need.
that one of my thumbnails if somebody makes that. 100%. Just marrying Pippin, like Pippin's got. You know what? Actually, have like Mary holding it with the bipod down, and like Pippin's got the chain. Perfect. He's like loading the chain in, like freaking sweet. Yeah, those two are little badasses in general, but
Yes.
that is a great Lord of the Rings meme, though. There's many good Lord of the Rings memes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's definitely one of the best. If Merry and Pippin had a gun, I'd love that. I forgot that existed until you just brought that up. That thing had me cracking up.
Yeah, and with all like the writer strike stuff going on, it all makes me wonder, like, what do these people get up to when they're writing? Because like I don't know how it is for you, but I'm constantly like rehashing things when I write to like make sure it all is like coherent and makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm constantly checking my own stuff, trying to make sure like it all flows well. It's like these people just like write part of a thing and then just pass it on the next person to make the work for them.
Yeah. See, for me, I've been doing so much concept work on my story, the background, like I said to you earlier, the mythology of the world itself, that I did write a first chapter kind of like the same ilk of in a hole in the ground there was a hobbit, where it's just simple kind of explaining some things, but not really diving too deep into it. I've rewritten that like 6 or 7 times. And that's only my first real chapter that I've gotten into because I'm still so much in the concept phase that I've changed so many different things about it. And I have my main character. I don't even know what I want him to be yet. Like, I just know that I like the name that I came up with. I know that I like a little bit of his backstory so far. I don't even have a goal for them.
Yeah.
The main, like, there's no One Piece, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing.
I might be working a little fast, but like on my end, a lot of like the mythology and stuff I built in, it's not something like Lord of the Rings deep, but I definitely have enough lore to the world and stuff to like make it interesting and feel alive. I feel like there's a balance you need to strike if you're trying to like actually get a project done, to where sometimes you need to like start with it and sometimes the details change, you come up with a better idea and you go back and you revise it a little bit. So like I actually started a blog, and I'm not going to plug it because all my rough drafts are on there, but it's what I did is all my chapters I would rough draft and I would just publish them there. And I basically worked through like 3 books worth of material doing that. And it gave me a good idea of where I wanted to go with the story because I had just come up with the concept. And from there, I sort of started like building on the details. I solidified a theme for the whole series. I solidified like what the main character's arc and end game and what the story was going to be all about.
That's what I'm working on right now.
And then from there, it was like, well, now I can sort of develop lore and the central like developments and how it's all going to go. But it's more so wrapped around like the idea of the story having a theme. And that whole theme is like, sort of like responsibility, growing up, finding your place in the world. And that sort of drives everything that goes on, the character development and all that.
Right.
But yeah, I have respect for people like you who spend a lot of time like developing the sort of like mythos to go with their world, because it's not as easy as it sounds. There's a lot of complicated stuff that goes into it.
Yeah, because then you come up with one idea and you're like, that's a great idea. And then you write it down and you're like, well, now I have to explain why that's a great idea, why that makes sense, why this would go with this specific mythology. Mm-hmm. And for me, I'm a little bit lucky because I don't know if you heard before. I'll give you a little bit of like a hint of what I'm doing. It's ancient civilizations and stuff. So I'm lucky enough that I have a little bit to work on using actual real world history that I can use that leads into my why these different races are on different planets and things like that, how they get from place to place. But before that, like, I have Atlantis mythology in there. I have a lot of Antarctican like stuff like of Antarctica, Norse mythologies in there, Egyptian, like, but it's not mythology in the way that I'm talking about gods. It's more so mythology in the way that we know there was a great flood at one point, and everyone talks about it. We know that Atlantis sank, so everyone talks about it, and like all of that, I can kind of weave into why that happened, where my story's going. So like those are events that would have taken place, but then why are the Atlanteans on their own planet? The Egyptians and the Romans and the Vikings and all these other different Mayans. Why'd the Mayans disappear? Like that's coming into my story. So, but they're all connected afterwards. And
Mm-hmm.
so I'm doing kind of like a Game of Thrones meets Dune meets Lord of the Rings meets anime meets Star Wars thing. Like,
Yeah, a lot of mine was basically inspired by it. Well, I mean, it straight up is an isekai story that I started writing for this first project
that's also
because I love the genre. I don't always love what happens in it.
it's
Um,
a genre when it's done really well.
yeah, and that was kind of why I started. Is I wanted to make a parody of isekai. So I was gonna basically do like the opposite of everything that is isekai. Like the main character is this like really popular dude who gets shitty powers in a new world, and then I basically realized that's almost word for word Konosuba. So
Asuba.
Konosuba is great. It's
Read or watch?
um it look, I have never laughed harder than the first time I watched that series.
Okay.
But that's because my sense of humor might be broken by the internet.
Oh, my sense of humor is pretty broken by the internet. You ever
It
watch
is
Kids
it is
Day?
literally like the scummiest main character paired up with the like most useless kinds of people.
Oh, that sounds
So
hilarious.
like he's like a total like shut in loser, and because he spends all his time playing video games, he ends up getting himself killed. Um, so he's like given the option to like reincarnate into the world, and he gets really pissed at the goddess. So he makes his act of revenge against her for like making fun of him and all that to drag her into the world with him. But it turns out instead of being some all powerful god, she's absolutely useless.
Oh shit.
So
Oh,
yeah, it turns out like every person he attracts seems like some really like helpful, powerful person, but they have a very quirky personality and their powers are not at all as great as they seem.
I see. Okay.
Yes. Um, but yeah, I saw that. I'm like, I kind of want to do this a little bit more seriously when I'm writing. So I'm going to restructure this and actually make it something that I'm interested in. And from there, it sort of spiraled into like a much more serious story about like this guy who feels like he doesn't have a place like in our world. His life kind of just feels empty and meaningless. And all of a sudden, he's like basically granted his wish of some like fantastic magical life in another world, but it's immediately like not at all what he imagined because it's a lot harder to live there. He's also like pretty much bound by contract to the person who summoned him to this world and has to follow their orders. So like that
Oh,
kind of like pisses him off that he's under someone else's
ooh,
thumb.
I like that.
Um,
That's pretty interesting because you don't get much like that. I guess Akame ga Kill has a little bit of that, but it's not an isekai
mhm.
in the way that like Tatsumi ends up. I don't know if you ever watched Akame ga Kill. Freaking wild 20 couple episodes, like 24, 25 episodes. It's a really wild story and I highly recommend it. But the
Okay.
main character wants to become a royal knight, and when he finds out everything's corrupt and stuff like that, and the whole capital is corrupt, and he's like some little nobody from a village, and then the general of the ice troopers or whatever they're called. You've probably seen Esdeath before.
Mm-hmm.
She's smoking on purpose, and she's like, "I love him. He's gonna be my husband one day," and like just takes it like it's. But he doesn't. He's like, and she's like, "No, you're gonna become powerful as hell, like with me," and like that. That's not the main story. That's a side story in it, but that kind of sounds like the thing. Like he's like weak, but everybody.
No, so one of the things I changed about it was I wanted to do something a little bit more unique because I do like my protagonist to actually be able to do something. So I gave him some like some really like up their powers. The issue is they're so unique, there's really no training him to use them. So he kind of has to figure out how he's going to use
Ooh.
them all on his own.
See, I like that a lot. That's not one you see often.
So like the whole first book is basically like delving into some ancient ruins because the only like clue that they have on like how he's going to be able to use his powers
Mm-hmm.
is in these ancient ruins, and that gives them a key to understanding how they work, and it sort of starts the progression of like him going from just like sure he's like really powerful, but he's untrained, which gives him a huge disadvantage against enemies who actually know what they're doing.
Well, I guess in a way that's a little bit similar to Naruto, except they know what the Nine Tails is.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
that's a bad thing. Like I'm saying,
yeah.
the way you're doing it is more interesting because if they hadn't known what the Nine Tails was in Naruto, that would have been wild. But
Mm-hmm.
they knew that there was this demon inside of them. But doing it that way,
And along the way, there's a lot of like politics and stuff at play in this. So like,
that's what I'm gonna
I
do.
don't want to I don't want to spoil too much, but like, I have one character who like even like I have mixed feelings about. Like he's supposed to be like a more like um he's supposed to be more along the protagonist lines, but he kind of comes across as an antagonist with how he does some things. Like he pretty much acts like a tyrant at times. A very manipulative, controlling tyrant at some points in the story.
Ooh, there's some good characters like that I could name though.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of my favorite characters in anime, specifically, I know this can be really weird, is Skiyama from Tokyo Ghoul.
That's another one I haven't seen.
Tokyo Ghoul is like the first anime I fully watched. Well, I watched up to season 3 and then season 4 came out. Um, the very first one I fully watched, I know people are gonna shit on me, is Sword Art Online.
No judgment here.
I love Sword Art, especially up until Gun Gale. I thought it was great. I love the part when just real quick. I love the part when Kaneki is not Kaneki. Kirito is outside of the game and he sees the dude in the parking lot. And they have the knife fight in the parking lot. I was like, that's pretty badass. But yeah, like when I was watching Tokyo Ghoul, this character Skiyama, you hate him in the beginning because he's what's called the gourmet, right? So he just is always looking for the next best meal, which ghouls eat humans. They're like vampires in a way, and he found out that Kaneki's half human, half ghoul. So he wants to like, while Kaneki is eating this person, he wants to eat Kaneki at the same time. And you're like, this guy's insane, right? Well, then Kaneki ends up getting captured by the bad guys at some point, and Skiyama's like, "No one's taking my meal," and then you're like, "Oh shit," because
So like with Hisoka and Gon.
yeah, like you know he will die for it. Like he's like, "No way anybody's gonna kill him except for me." Like I'm going to save, and then he ends up becoming friends with him eventually, and he's like, "As soon as just
Mm-hmm.
promise me one day you'll let me take a bite," you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
But like it's pretty cool the way that that character is done, because at first you completely hate them and they're tyrannical and you're like, screw this guy. But then when he shows up to be like, I'm joining the cause, you're like, oh crap, they're screwed, because if this guy shows up, he's gonna stop at nothing to get to Kaneki, you know? Like,
Hmm.
so there's some good characters like that, man. I like, and you could even say that with
It,
James Lannister in Game of Thrones, same way.
it's the same way for the character I'm talking about. He kind of like at first gives like this like fake good guy impression, and then like it goes into like mask off, like this is what I really am, kind of with the main character, and sort of
Mhm.
like strikes this political deal like, um I can make sure the things you have done never come to light if you just promise to help me with this thing. And so they kind of like agree to that, but this tyrant ends up, or this tyrant I should say, ends up being like a far more noble character the more and more and more you understand who he is.
Right. See,
Like
I like that.
once you get to like a certain perspective, it's more of a, you start to understand the necessity of his actions and why he did things the way he did. In like it sort of demonstrates like his foresight, the way like he's wargaming his enemies and manipulating them into doing what he wants rather than the other way around.
You know, it's funny you bring that up. That's Thrawn. That's Thrawn. Like once you find out more about Thrawn's character in Heir to the Empire, you'll realize that he joined the Empire because who would bet on a ragtag group of guerrilla fighters compared to a galactic empire? Like, nobody. Like, and he's an extreme strategist. So you have this remarkable mind here that's only there to implant himself in the most powerful group in the galaxy because he knows that there's something more dangerous outside. He knows for a fact there's something coming that is going to, it's already attacked my race. It's already, we've been at war with them. They're coming and they're remarkably powerful. You need to be ready. We need allies. He's not thinking in the petty squabbles between the Empire and the rebels. He's thinking of intergalactic war. So he's not even truly evil himself. He's just like, I'm joining these guys. I don't care if they have red lightsabers. That doesn't matter to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we need force, we need troops, we need power. The rebels don't have that. I don't care about right and wrong in their political spectrum. I care about right and wrong of, there's evil out here that's wiping out my race. I'm joining the most powerful power. And he's never really been. I hate when people say he's a great villain, because is he a great villain? Yes, but he's never really been a villain.
He's not a villain in the truest sense.
No.
Interesting. That kind of makes me excited for this.
Dude, you're gonna love it. When you said you
Yeah.
bought that book today, I was like, yes, let's go.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And I'll tell you, Last Command, the third one in that series, gets truly, truly wild.
Yeah. But like that, all I say all that because like there is, I like doing very like complex, intricate stories when I write.
Yeah.
So I like to like the way Oda does. I love the way he writes things because like he'll give you this random piece of information that seems so absolutely weird and useless. Like, why would you need this?
Mhm.
But you get to a certain point in his story and you realize just how much he was trolling you by throwing it in your face. Like during the time skip when Frankie stumbles upon one of Vegapunk's old labs, he finds this schematic, and it's pretty simple. It's basically just um, it's just the gum gum fruit that Luffy has, plus
Yeah.
a missile creates a monkey with a missile launcher on its back, and you're like, what is this even supposed to mean? And then you start digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and you find out about like Luffy's like Sun Wukong inspiration and all of that.
Yep.
And you find out about like Gear 5 and all of the stuff that it does, and like his ridiculous abilities.
Yeah, see, while I haven't watched or read as far as you have, like I said earlier, I know about Gear 5. I know about stuff like that because, like I said, my friends are massive One Piece fans, and they could talk about it for hours to me, and I'm like, yeah.
I may not be a huge fan.
Episodes with them.
I may not be a huge fan of the One Piece anime. I don't particularly like the anime because of the way it's structured, that weekly structure.
Yeah.
But goddamn, do I have the most respect for Oda and the way he writes.
Oh, it's amazing. It really is. I do too, and I'm thinking about starting to fully read it. I've already been watching past where I remembered I stopped in the anime. It's just it's something else, man. Like he is close to what I would call like the Tolkien of anime manga. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
When it comes to that, it really comes down to like Miura and Oda as far as like the Tolkien of anime and manga.
right.
Because those guys are both just on an absolutely different level from everyone else.
Yeah, they're way too good.
Like I love Naruto, but I can acknowledge that like when it comes to like writers, Kishimoto doesn't come close to the level those guys achieve.
Oh, no way. No. Yeah, Kishimoto's awesome, but definitely not to that level. Like even I can admit that, but there's something as well to say about that like Kubo does a lot with Bleach. And I know you said you hadn't read much of the manga but you'll see parts in the beginning of Bleach that come back in the Blood War. Like massive things. Like if you've been watching it, right?
Like how he was inspired to like take action because of the death of his mother.
Yes, and you find out why his mother was killed and how Aizen was involved in that and everything, and not only that, but Zangetsu.
Yeah.
Like when you see Iwak, the way that he did it, you don't even look at Iwak or Yuhabaha or whatever you want to call him. You don't even look at him as Zangetsu. But then when they say it, you're like, oh my God. Holy crap. I never thought of that. And it's just the way that they play it throughout the entire thing that you never realize that.
Yeah. Writing's fun. Writing's very fun. Because you get to come up with all these like things. You get to plan out all of these little like intricate reversals you get to do. Like I have a lot of things in mind that I kind of allude to. And like once you after a certain point in the story, and this is going to be a very long project of mine, a lot of things will start to become really apparent because you'll finally have enough information to start putting the pieces together. Like I see how this relates to this character and why that means what it means and what they said. And like some of it, I try to be like, one of the things I like to do is I try to be in people's faces with it sometimes, to be like overly blunt and honest, because one of the things I think that does is it kind of like builds a sense of like trust. Like people expect things to be like right up in their face, and then right when you hit them with something they didn't see coming, it's even more effective because like it's not just that they it's not just that it was a blind side. It was like a complete blind side because they believed you were telling them one thing when you weren't. There have been moments like that in stuff I've read.
Yeah.
I mentioned the series earlier in the stream, So I'm a Spider, So What? There were times where they like outright lie to you about who characters are in the series, and they'll like outright deceive you with like how things are going, and I thought it was really good.
Well,
Like
great
the way that
example of that is Red Wedding.
I haven't seen Game of Thrones. You see
Oh,
how far behind on all the popular stuff I am, but here I am like
dude,
making
I didn't
reviews
watch
about.
Game of Thrones until I knew season 8 was coming out. My ex girlfriend was like, "We're gonna watch this whole series," and I was like, "Okay." And I watched it in like 2 months. I binged it, but you know nothing. Do you know anything about the Red Wedding at all?
No, don't spoil it.
I
I know
won't.
almost
Okay, I'm
nothing
not.
about
I'm not
Game of
gonna spoil
Thrones.
it, but that is like, I want to create a scene like that in my book because my favorite part about Game of Thrones, especially after that scene, is you. I mean, after the ending of season 1, everybody knows for the most part what happens to Ned, but onwards, like after the Red Wedding, you really get the sense of, oh crap, I don't know who's gonna live and die. I don't know who the main character is gonna end up. Like, not that they don't still have Jon Snow throughout the whole thing, they do. But what I'm saying is, you always have in the back of your mind that at any point there could be some random dumbass up on a hill that just shoots Jon Snow in the back of the head with an arrow and he's dead. You know what I'm saying? Like the way that they did the Red Wedding made you genuinely fear for every and not, that's not what I'm saying. There's no spoilers there in what I'm saying, but you never know at that point forward because you think certain characters are safe. They're never safe. And that's kind of what I want to do with my story. I don't want you to know, like, oh, this guy's got plot armor. Like, okay, yeah, I'll make you think he has plot armor, and then the stupidest shit might kill him. Like, he might literally. I mean, Fargo does that perfectly. There's a lot of scenes in the Fargo show, especially season 4. You have this big galoot who's like everybody's afraid of throughout the season. And what happens to him? He slips on ice and falls and shoots himself in the bottom of the head. Shoots himself right through the chin. Just slipping on ice. And it's that weird, like, strange writing where anything could happen at any time.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the things that I'm not doing anything quite that complicated. I don't delude myself into thinking I'm writing something like that amazing.
Oh, me either. Mine's
No, I'm not saying like I'm not trying to like knock you.
Oh,
Or
no,
anything.
I get you.
Shoot for it. If it works, fantastic. But like, I think a lot of people will suspect that certain characters are going to die, and that certain things are going to happen in certain ways. What I want to do is to do it in ways that nobody will expect.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Do it in a way
Like you might know that this character is going to die, but you will think he's going to go out like in this like massive battle against something, but that's going to be it's going to kind of take you by surprise how their story ends or what they're going to end up doing.
So can I ask you a question about your book? What genre are you writing?
It's a fantasy series, but particularly it's like isekai fantasy. So it is literally a guy gets summoned into another world. That was the most recent project I started. My very first project was a science fiction one, and that one's going on the back burner. And I would much rather do like a comic book, like graphic novel series for that.
Yeah, that sounds sick.
Iron
Age, brother, the Iron Age.
Yes.
Did you see the 199 in the chat earlier on Ivan's stream?
Yes, I saw the 199s.
Yeah. Thanks for those gifted memberships for everybody too.
Hey man, Ivan does a good job.
He deserves it.
I feel like he deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, where is I going with this? Fantasy stuff. Like, I ended up falling in love with this project, and I was really just doing it as like this is going to be my first project. It's not going to be perfect, and I ended up finding this like concept that ended up being like something I absolutely loved. So I just ran with it.
Same with
Started
me.
working with it.
Same with me. At first, I started creating character names, and then the concept I came up with of, I mean, I don't mind saying it quickly. Basically, the Great Flood that's in the Bible actually happened. It was real, which it's based in. I watch, Forbidden Frontier and stuff like that. So, like, yeah, there's evidence of a real Great Flood that did happen on Earth.
Well, you're talking to an Orthodox Christian here, so.
Well, yeah. So you believe, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I believe it too, and I incorporated the Great Flood as a way to get all of these different races that are like two other planets through this technology that the Atlanteans created. And that's why, because of this certain technology that the Atlanteans created, none of these different races ever really needed to become technologically advanced.
Mm-hmm.
You still have the Egyptians in the way that they were, the Romans. Some of them might be more, but like we still have knights. Like there's still knights in the group that came from England. There's still the most technologically advanced are the Atlanteans and the people from Antarctica, the Antarcticans. And like they're the ones who actually created it. And I'm gonna almost have eventually the technology will have been given to the Atlanteans and the Antarcticans by a group that's basically the Forerunners from Halo, who created the Halo rings, but like not quite, like a little bit different. But I'm like taking this real world stuff that actually happens, like why the Mayans disappear. Oh, well, they went through one of these things and they all got out of there before. I mean, the timelines don't add up because we know that all these different races were around at different times, but that's kind of how I'm doing that one. Like, it's just going to be this weird group of like medieval fantasy mixed with some sort of sci-fi, or I guess space fantasy, if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
But it all has to do with solar winds and aurora borealis and stuff like that. But
Yeah. Well, mine, like I kind of played at some of like the big picture stuff like that, and this one story is kind of like the springboard because you know what, like Eric July did with the Rippaverse, he's starting his own like whole universe, his own sandbox. I kind of want to do something similar. But I'm taking on a very, very like risky aspect to it because I'm incorporating a bit of like a sort of multiverse idea to it. And now, hear me out. It's not an unlimited multiverse. There's like a limited number of worlds. So they're more like realms, different planes of existence.
So like the Elder Scrolls universe in a way, where there's different levels, different realms. I mean, I don't know if you have gods or anything. I'm going to be adding gods into mine, but I haven't come up with anything cool enough yet to make the gods. Those are just straight up going to be based on like Tolkien's gods, like Eru Ilúvatar and Morgoth and stuff like that. But.
So like, yeah, there is a little bit of like the Christian influence in it. To like, I do have like there is like one God over all the worlds and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like there are like sort of these like pseudo gods, I guess you could call them, basically figures with like unimaginable levels of power. And their role, kind of, yeah, that would be a pretty good way of describing them. But it's a little bit interesting, and each of these worlds is like going to be like a very unique place. So like the first one for the story I started writing, which I titled A Typical Isekai Story, it's a fantasy world and it's very different from Earth. There's magic, there's dragons and spirits and all that kind of stuff, demons, yada yada yada, all that.
Right.
But there are other projects to where like one's a much more like science fiction kind of like Star Wars-esque story, to where it's like this, you have like an entire like spacefaring civilization that uses technology and stuff, but there is like this mystic power to it. that enables people to do these ridiculous things, like bulletproofing their bodies,
Oh, that's wild.
effectively creating like barriers or weapons or healing people, altering memories, that kind of stuff.
So I have one character that can. His name actually. So I created a group called the Sentinel Eclipse, which are basically like the Akatsuki.
Mhm.
I haven't discovered what their goal is yet. Like I haven't come up with that, or if every single one of them is evil. But basically, there's these things called the Aurora Gates, and these are the gates that I told you, the technology that allowed these people to escape the Great Flood on
Yeah.
Earth, and it brought them to this other solar system with all these inhabitable planets. And so, like the Egyptians are on one planet, the Romans are on another. You have the Mayans, you have the English Knights and the French and the UK and stuff like that on another one, and no one's been able to travel back to Earth. And Atlantis is the ruler of this new government, right? And they sail on solar winds from planet to planet, so they don't need like super advanced technology because of what they've been given. And yes, I've kind of done this thing where you have the technology there, it's not quite there, but then there's this group of people that a couple of them, almost like My Hero. You know, in the beginning of My Hero, it's like one day 80% of the world woke up with powers.
Yeah.
Okay, so mine's more like the opposite. One day, like, you know,
A small fraction of
a
people woke
small
up with powers.
fraction of people passed through the Aurora Gates, and the solar winds and the Aurora Borealis itself gave them powers. And some of them are wild. Like, I have a character named Cochlea, and Cochlea, if anybody doesn't know, is like what's in your ear, the spiral in your ear. This character is basically an Uzumaki realm as a person. Like, they just control spirals, vibrations, and sound. And then their brother, I think it was the brother, is Campus, who controls your emotion and other things. You know, like, so
Mm-hmm.
I have characters they gained these powers to do some crazy things. And the guy who would be like our version of Madara or Pain, his name is Goddess, which is a mixture between Satan and God. So he's Goddess, and he has all of their abilities, but his main attack is literally a 1-inch punch. So, but like he can do telekinesis and shit. So he's basically like the Emperor,
Mm-hmm.
but he's secret. You know what I mean? Like so there is like this world government, but there's this secret group called the Sentinel Eclipse that are the ones that only have the powers.
Mm-hmm.
And I have people that have really stupid powers because you need that sometimes, like people with really simple things. And then I have people with stuff that is so weird. Like I created a character named Love, which is just LUV. And the only description I put next to Love to remind myself, because I made reminders for all of them, Love is it just says exactly what you wouldn't expect. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet, but I know that it's got to be exactly what you would not expect Love to be. So
Yeah.
Event
No,
Horizon is my favorite ones too. Event Horizon is just black hole, like she controls black holes
yeah.
and stuff like that. Like,
I actually like did something a little similar. Like with a typical isekai story, the like magic kind of functions the same way a lot of the jutsu does in Naruto.
yes.
Like you have different elements. So you have your 5 basic elements. You have earth, fire, wind, lightning, water. You know, they're kind of like all like the same sort of wheel, like one stronger than the next or stronger against the next. Well, the main character, in this universe, the main character is given earth magic. So his power seems really simple, but there hasn't been an earth mage in thousands of years. It's basically thought like the power wasn't allowed.
That's dope.
The power wasn't allowed to mortals was basically the theory.
Well, he could literally probably bring meteors down if he wanted to. Like,
technically, but every power has like an automatic effect. So you know how like devil fruits like have like something that's like automatically a part of them, like
Yep.
Luffy's body turns into rubber. Well, his earth magic basically makes him really strong, and that's not his only power. So there are other effects that go into play that he's not aware of. Um, but he's all basically only told he has earth magic, but because there haven't been any earth mages in recorded history, like the last one was basically this legendary figure that like people don't even know if all the stories about him were true. Like there's literally no way he can learn to use his magic unless he does it himself, which requires a lot of extremely dangerous experimentation. So it was a way of I wanted to give him like a really powerful, like a high power level, but make it so that it's very difficult to hone that power.
Yeah, so how that's I'm doing that in a similar way, but like how advanced is the technology of your world? Is it like Naruto where like they're all still pretty much not technologically advanced, but at the same time the shinobi can be like have earpieces, or is it like
so it's kind of like but there is one city, the independent city of Spirif that has some like really advanced technology. So like it's basically the city situated on like a sort of like dividing point in the continent where there's like a high cliff with like a lot of mountains and a low point. There's a river that flows through it, and the city is built on 2 levels. And you have like these sort of like steam powered sort of gondolas running from like the upper level to the lower level, as well as like a bunch of like tunnels and stuff. So there is some level of like advanced technology to it, like steam power and stuff.
I like the steampunk idea.
Yeah. And like using magic to aid in technology. But I'm not implementing firearms because I think that whole thing breaks the whole series.
Neither am I.
You wouldn't need firearms in a magical world anyway. Sure, exactly. To some extent you could make it work with some of the technology I've implemented, but like no one would ever really need to think up a firearm when you already have like a wind mage who can basically just point a finger at someone and blow a hole in them.
Yep.
Or like a fire mage who can throw a fireball at you from like 100 feet away and ignite you.
The only firearms I'm doing, if you would consider them firearms, would be trebuchets and catapults and cannons. That's as far as I'm going with with
bows, arrows, crossbows. Then I do that kind of stuff.
That's like my firearms, because I don't think they would need combustion in my world, because there's some people that are just like so powerful on some of these planets that I've created that are just like you wouldn't even need guns or anything. But the main character, I have this idea floating in my head that he's a reincarnation of the main villain. But I don't know if I'm going to do it that way quite, but he's like the only one since the main villain to have gotten all of these, plus his extra, like plus his specific power by traveling through the gates. But he doesn't know that, and he won't know that for a while. But it's almost like an Anakin Palpatine type thing, where you know that like Anakin is stronger than Palpatine, but he doesn't know it.
As far as like technology goes, I tried to stick mostly with like magic technology.
That's what I'm doing.
So like some of the outfits might be a little bit more modern. Like some of the stuff might resemble like 19th century kind of outfits. Like culture and stuff. Like this is a world that's been running for close to 8,000 years now. You would think they'd at least have some sort of like technological advancements, but at the same time, the use of magic and stuff hasn't necessarily like it has kind of like negated any sort of like major scientific inquiry. Like it's an entire civilization that doesn't need electricity because they have magic. It's like they don't need firearms. Long range communication might be a little bit of a problem, might be slow, but it's another thing that people are kind of like working on. And like they're like you don't have combustion engines or trains or any of that. I wanted to keep it really fantasy-esque to
Yeah.
sort of like preserve that part of the world. Which, to be fair, Eminence and Shadow actually did a pretty good job at combining the two of like fantasy and like steampunk, sort of like 19th century revolution technology.
I think the game, I don't know if you ever played it. I think the game Dishonored is a great steampunk like interpretation. I don't know it the way they do it there is enough to the point where you feel like it's advanced. I mean, the second one gets a little weirder, but like the first one is advanced enough in steampunk that you're like, this makes sense for the time, but everyone
Mhm.
still feels like they're in early 1900s, late 1800s, like, and it works.
Mhm.
For me, I'm basing my where the Atlanteans go in my story to their planet is going to be very similar to actually Atlantis, the old Disney movie, The Lost Kingdom, which I love that movie. And
I've seen the animation clips on it, and it
it,
looks great. It's one
dude,
I've wanted to see for a while.
dude, get your 30-month free Disney Plus and just watch that movie. It's like an hour and 20 minutes. It's so freaking good. It's one of the best kids movies I've ever seen. Atlantis is absolutely awesome. You will love it, especially knowing like the way that from what we've talked about, the way that your mind works and the way that you like this type of stuff, you would love that movie. It's so good. I mean, there's some kiddie parts, but it's the only Disney movie I know of where they
Bro,
have.
childish fun is awesome.
Dude, that's one of the only Disney movies I know of where it was kiddie enough. Like that and Sinbad, Treasure Planet, a
I
couple
actually
other.
saw Sinbad. I liked Sinbad.
Yeah, I own Sinbad. I watch it every now and then. I love that movie. You know what? Great use of CGI in that movie. They did a great use of CGI in the Sinbad movie. But yeah, Atlantis, I'm kind of basing some of my technology off of that because they use a lot of light as power. And I always love that in Halo that the Forerunners find a way to harness light as power. So I'm kind of using like solar winds and solar light and things like that
Mm-hmm.
as a way that they can become more advanced, but it's not technology in the way that we understand it. And that movie Atlantis that Disney made does a really cool way of doing that.
Well, yeah, I mean, another person who did a really good job was Shad Brooks.
Oh,
I,
Shad's
yeah,
awesome.
I read his Shadow the Conqueror book. That it's so good.
Dude, I haven't read it. How good is it? Like,
It's a 9 out of 10 if you ask me.
I want it really bad.
It's
Did you read
it's
the comic or did you read the book itself?
I have the first novel, and I backed his campaign for his second novel, and just like story alone, fantastic. World building and like technological creativity, like he uses like the concept of like light as a um light as power in that too, but his idea is basically like you have light stones and dark stones, and the dark stones are immovable unless there is a light shown on them. Uh, and once there's a light shown on them on one side, they move away from it. So basically, you can create airships by like having a dark stone in there built, like the whole ship's built around the dark stone, and then you expose it to light to drive the ship.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a really cool idea. And
That's
then he adds in like all like the
awesome.
magic powers that are based on similar things, and it as far as like creativity goes, it's fantastic. He does a really good job writing that series. The
That is,
messaging in it is it's kind of hard to swallow, but like once you understand the dude's like a Bible believing Christian, you start to understand why he went with that kind of a message.
yeah.
Um
Actually,
and his characters are so good.
I'm reading Drinker's first book right now.
I've been meaning to like check those out
Yeah,
because
the
I
Ron
didn't for a
Drink.
while. I didn't even realize he was a writer, and then I saw his post about like First Kill
Yep.
and which
I
again,
didn't know either, and I've been watching Drinker for years, and I've been watching Drinker for probably 2.5, 3 years now, I really got into him when Gary had him on for like the first time. Because I have to thank Star Wars Theory, because if it wasn't for Star Wars Theory, I never would have found Nerdrotic. I never would have found G and Drinker and all these great people, and I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now, Crimson, if it wasn't for me watching Theory's 24-hour live stream.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fact that I recognized Quarter Black Garrett from Louder with Crowder.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, like I would not have discovered Weebs and Waifus. I wouldn't have discovered G, and I wouldn't have discovered Friday Night Tights if I hadn't recognized Quarter Black Garrett and been like, wait, who's that? I didn't know he was doing this stuff. And like popped in to see what was going on. And I'm like, these guys are saying a lot of the things that I was already thinking myself.
That's what everybody says, man, and it's so true. Like you feel like you're the only one feeling this way. And then all of a sudden you find these guys and they say something like, dude, I played freaking Sea of Thieves with Drunk 3PO like a couple months ago. And like that was like me, I was like, I would not even know who Jay is if it wasn't for Theory. Like Theory did that crazy live stream. Like he was basically the only YouTuber I watched for the longest time. Like legitimately, other than gaming YouTubers and stuff, because I like the Misfits. I mean, I got friggin' Swagger Souls back here because he cracked me up.
Swagger's hilarious.
Swagger's base, bro.
Swagger and
if I had batteries,
the Russian Badger. That's another guy for love.
If I had batteries in this, I'd click the hand, but I don't. But it'll just say a ton of lines that Swagger says. And it's great. It'll be like, I might be a plushie, but I can still say, and it's like C-U-N-T. It's like, dude, it's great. It's so funny. But Swagger's hilarious. But Theory's 12-hour live stream, he got all of these different creators with differing opinions to come on. And it was awesome. Like 12 hours, 24 hours, something like that. And it was all for St. Jude's. Like all the money went to St. Jude's. And that's why they all came together. And to this day, you'll still see, like, Ryan was on there. Jeremy was on there. Gary was on there. Josh, that's how Josh met Theory from Den of Nerds. Like, all these really good people, Jay, Drunk 3PO, and Robert Meyer Burnett, Echo Base Network. Just all these really great people from left to right. And it was awesome. And I was like, all these guys are really good people. So I subbed to most of them because there were some people on there that I just wasn't jiving with. But when Gary and Jeremy and Ryan and Josh and Echo Base and a couple other people were talking, Robert Meyer Burnett, of course, I was like, these guys rock. Like, there's no way I'm not going to keep up with them. And I know soon, apparently, Jay and Jeremy are going to be doing Drunk Cobra Theory again. I don't know if you ever watched that.
I hadn't even heard of it until they announced that it was coming back.
It was the best freaking live stream, dude. It was just Theory, Jay, and Jeremy messing with each other like for a couple hours. Like they would talk about stuff, but it was so freaking funny. And when it stopped, everybody was like, "Oh my god, they all hate each other now." It's like nobody, like every single one of them had to make a video being like, "No, we don't. We're just busy." It was right before Jay was getting announced and stuff. And they're like, "No, we're just busy. Like Theory's fine." And I saw somebody the other day. I don't know if it was G&G Daily or Tuesday Night's Main Event or something, but I kind of clapped back against them, not in a rude way, but I sent a super chat after they did because they were saying that, oh, well, no one likes Theory, all this other stuff, and no one will talk to him, and he's too whatever. And I was like, the reason I like you guys so much is that even if we disagree on some stuff, like you guys are still friends with Theory because you guys have disagreements. It doesn't change anything. Like that's why I like G&G, because not everybody, contrary to popular belief, not everybody who works for G&G is a hardcore Trump supporter like Jeremy. There's a lot of people at G&G that don't.
I mean, I can point one out, and he's the guy who runs Weebs and Waifus. So.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Like I even got on my case for saying something in this chat the other day.
Did he really?
Yeah, they were talking about like what's viewed as cheating in Japan. I was like, I made like a sort of like not very serious comment, like, man, all these Japanese relationships seem messed up. So much for all that wholesome romance stuff. And he got really upset with me. Like, don't judge cultures based on your own. So I decided to get a little bit more sarcastic with him. I'm like, well, what about cannibalism and human sacrifices? Like, stop blowing it out of proportion. All that. I'm like, look.
Did he really get annoyed? I'm surprised.
I wouldn't say it's annoyed, but he it was like he was trying to make an example of me. And
yeah, but
it was one of those things where, like, I still respect Ivan. I still respect his opinion. I still think the guy does a really good job as like a YouTuber and as an entertainer.
Yeah.
And I'll still watch his live streams because they're fun, and he's a fun guy.
Dude, we gotta do that Weeps and Waifus meetup at some point.
Yeah, well, we'll see if I'll even be able to make it because of work and stuff, but definitely will try if it happens. But like, I think that's one of the things that a lot of people have lost, and one of the like reasons I appreciate like you and Roman having me on your like podcast the other day is like, even if we like sit there and disagree, like I don't watch any of Roman's political stuff.
Neither do I. I just
because I know that the two of us will probably never agree no matter how much we argue. But I respect the guy's opinion on the things like we do have in common, like our love for entertainment, for like the things we grew up with, like for like superheroes and anime and Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Like I think more and more, like that's what we in America kind of need to focus on is the things we really do have in common.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not a lot of people are outside the mentality of like give no quarter to your enemy.
Preach, brother. I 100% agree. To each their own. Like me, like you've probably heard me say it many times on my podcast where I'm like, you know what? I'm in the middle. I just agree with what I agree with and disagree with what I disagree with. And when those elections were going on and stuff, and we had people that were like, well, I don't want to talk to this family member anymore. I'm like, you guys are stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like straight up, like just agree to disagree. Call it a fucking day. Pardon my French. Call it a day. And
I don't care what you.
I try not to, but it just annoys me, like because that's why I like talking to Roman, because he continuously says like, I'm a leftist. I'm like, I don't think you are.
Roman's the most base communist I know.
Exactly, dude. Like you're not, dude. Like you're based. You're just yourself. Like there is no category for him.
Yeah, and like even when I get comments on my like YouTube with like people who like disagree with my opinions on anime and stuff, like I always like really like it when people like present their counter arguments to me.
Me too.
Like in a respectful way, of course. I did one video about why like the recent Batman 137 is absolute ass. It's like one of the worst Batman stories I've ever read. And someone told me off for the title because it said Batman 137 proves why the American comic book industry is dying. And he came at me with you idiots are always clamoring on about how the American comic book industry is dying because it attracts clicks from some right-wing bumblefucks who don't know what they're doing. Go get a real job. And I'm literally just like,
neurotic. They're talking about neurotic and critical drinker and G&G. I get those same comments, dude, and I'm like, I know who you're talking about. Just say it. Like you won't even say it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on my tweets.
And like I love it because like they clearly know nothing about you.
Yes.
Like they haven't looked at like the whole of my channel. Like the amount of times I talk about anything woke and stuff is dwarfed by like the sheer just like straight up I like an anime.
Or you're just caring about stuff. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Like they'll take the one thing with that, which is my favorite part. We have a. I'm sure you've seen our friend Ronnie in chat.
Mm-hmm.
He does that on purpose. So we've shown some of Ronnie's videos before, and Ronnie's great. If anybody wants to go sub to him, do it because it's hilarious. He's running the. I don't know if you've ever seen X Wing. X Wing's friends with G and stuff like that.
I actually tuned into one of his live streams for the first time ever in a couple days or
Great guy, good
over.
friend of mine. He's got a great channel and he's really fun. But Ronnie has created the Rissman cinematic universe because Matt Rissman is our X Wing's direct like editor. He's like his quarter black, basically how he is for Nerdrotic. And now I'm involved in that apparently. So Ronnie's been clipping parts of our show and he'll be like, Rolo comes out as trans, and it's like a whole video, like a hit piece on me, but it's just random clips, dude.
I'm assuming that the Darth Roman the pegged stuff is on there too.
It is, and it's so freaking funny. Like, just
That's awesome.
There's he just created one recently, but it's link only. I can send you the link, but it's link only, and it's Roman is racist, and it's dude, because he did it just to troll Roman, like it wasn't him and Gatekeeper's Daimyo did it just to troll Roman, and it was so good, man.
Shout out to Daimyo, by the way, being able to take a joke and some harassment. I am an asshole to that guy.
Oh, dude, Daimyo's the man. The two of you would get along really well. Like if you two actually streamed, you'd be like two peas in a freaking pod. Like Daimyo's one of my best friends on YouTube. Him and Jim, Star Wars Dog, they're good guys. And I love that every time Dog comes on, when Roman's going out of pocket with something, just a little bit, and I don't know what I'm talking about, Jim's just like, well, like as he's driving, he's like, well, like, just to let you know, that's really not how you are. Like, you don't even realize, like, it's just, it's so peaceful. And even though Jim almost disagrees with everything that Roman does, he's so cordial and so kind about it, and is like, dude, this is how I think you're really feeling, but you don't even realize it because you're a younger dude right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's 30, just turned 30. So, but two of my best friends actually the three best friends I ever made on YouTube so far, because I know there's going to be more of you included, is, King's Advisors, Star Wars Dog, and Gatekeeper's Daimyo, and X-Wing. And they're all good people. We all have different views. All five of us have different views on stuff, yet we can still talk about it.
Yeah, I think, and like I try to like keep this in mind when I'm doing videos. Like, all I can really do when I talk about an anime or a manga is just give my opinion and what I like and don't like. And like I had like when I like first like started getting into all this stuff, like the culture stuff, I was like, oh, I was a real firebrand. I was like all over it. Like, this is shit. This is shit. I'm like, well, people are gonna enjoy different things.
Yeah,
Like my friends among us who like really love anime, I love the anime ReZero. It's like my second favorite anime of all time.
I know a lot of people hate it.
Yeah. Well, it's a fairly popular one.
Well, dude,
It's one of the most highly rated isekais.
SAO. Like, I know a lot of people hate SAO and Akame got killed, but I love them. And
like,
Tokyo Ghoul, but I love them. And Bleach gets a lot of hate, but I love Bleach.
Like,
I'm unapologetic.
I could care less for Bleach. I like Thousand Year Blood War. I think it's great. But I do have some serious like issues with some like the powers and stuff.
Oh, and I'm okay.
Either way, like I love ReZero. I have a friend who absolutely hates it. He thinks it's the dumbest thing ever. Mob Psycho is another one that I think is another one that's one of my favorite animes of all time. I know people who just kind of dismiss it or don't think it's that great.
I just haven't watched most of it. I've watched like some fight scenes that people have shown me, and I love the freaking intro.
Bro. Okay.
Dude, I haven't played that today. I was like, let's go.
99 and 1 are amazing pieces of music.
So good.
But yeah, like I have to acknowledge, like, some of this stuff like people actually like. And sometimes I do get a little tongue in cheek with it. Like I went really over the top. I did a review of the series How Not to Summon a Demon Lord, and like got really close to just straight up calling it pedo bait. um
A couple streams ago, somebody brought up Rings of Power and the live action Halo show, and I crapped all over them. And afterwards, I was like, I'm sorry, but I'm really not. I hate those shows. Like those are two of my favorite IPs ever.
And like
both.
I have an uncle, and I had this whole conversation with him talking about like
my uncle loved Rings of Power, and I was like, I can't talk to you.
No, my uncle loved Halo. Yeah. And anyway, I had this whole conversation while we were on vacation, because it was like my family, like my mom's side of the family, her two sisters, their family, kids, grandkids.
I didn't even ask you, how was your vacation? Where'd you go to?
We went to Gulf Shores, Alabama, and we basically spent the whole time swimming, sleeping, dodging jellyfish sometimes.
Ooh.
And eating really, really good food.
That sounds like an awesome vacation to me.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was really nice to catch up.
It's awesome.
Anyway, I had this conversation with my uncle while we were there, talking about like fiction and stuff, and like he loves the new Star Trek stuff.
Yes, my other uncle loves all of the new Star Trek stuff.
And like I'm sitting here like, I know that like Drinker and Gary, they have massive issues with the way it's written. And like I can understand. And it gave me some perspective to like, one, just because you don't like something or just because you think something's stupid doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. And there's a line there. Sometimes you do need to turn your brain on to be critical of like certain things. Which I think Star Wars is one of those ones that you need to really sit there and you need to be critical of things that have deep lore.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some things where you can just like sit there and enjoy them, turn the brain off. I did like the most recent video on my channel, one that I prepped like a week and a half ago. It's talking about a manga series called 100 Girlfriends That Really, 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 Really Love You. And it should be the absolute bane of my existence because I hate harem manga.
I've heard about that manga.
But it honestly, it's a really fun manga to read.
Dude,
because it absolutely doesn't take itself seriously. And the plot is so like absolutely unhinged sometimes. Like, you know that there's going to be like a new girl in like two new girls in like every volume of the manga. But you can't expect one of them to turn into a giant hair monster that almost destroys the world.
Yeah, right. See, like I've heard about that manga. I know nothing about it. Another one that I bring up over and over again is Love is War. Kaguya-sama Love is War.
Okay. My dad, who isn't even like a fan of anime, much less romance anime, said that it was very clever. That's just like how good that one is.
It's amazing. It's so freaking good. And like I remember my friends came over, right? These are the two guys I'm telling you are like One Piece stans. Like they will admit when One Piece has had some bad parts, but to them, like that's their main thing. And they love anime. They watch all this. They watch, I know you don't like JoJo's. I don't like JoJo's. They watch that. They watch all that stuff, right? They come over one night. We're about to have a couple beers and just watch something, right? Because they're home from college. And this was probably 2 years ago. And they just go, dude, you gotta watch this anime. And I'm like, what is it? They go, it's called Kaguya-sama Love is War. And I was like, is that a romance anime? And they go, dude. And they literally said this to me. They said, I swear to God, you're gonna think we're gay, but it's so great. And I was like, okay, I'll check it out. First episode, I was like, this is the shit.
Right?
Awesome. This show is so good. The narrator's the best part. But like,
Do you watch it subbed or dubbed?
I watched the first two seasons dub, and then I switched to sub because Fujiwara talks so fast in sub. I have to go back and like reread. Like she's like, and like that's
Yeah,
like
I watch almost exclusively dubbed anime because I can't keep
So,
up with any of them.
the dub is better.
Ian Sinclair in the dub for Kaguya-sama as the narrator. He's one of my favorite dub voice actors.
So good,
Dude,
man.
he's so good in everything he does. Like he's in One Piece, he's in Dragon Ball. Dude, he's
awesome in that. The best part is he's like the fact that he makes fun of the characters.
Yes.
Like,
Yes, the narrator has a personality.
Yes, the narrator of having a personality is so good.
Mhm.
Same with Shirogane's dad. Mr. Shirogane is the man, dude. It's such a good anime.
It
Like,
is.
anybody listening, please watch Kaguya-sama Love is War.
Mhm.
I know it sounds weird, but it's not. It is so freaking good, and it has some of the best intros in anime, in my opinion.
They're so freaking groovy.
They're
They're
bangers,
so
dude.
good.
When Ivan does, sometimes he'll do all three of them, and I'm just like the whole time I'm sitting there like, yeah, let's go. Love is war, love is war,
Yeah.
love is war.
To circle back to like the point I was talking about from that conversation with my uncle, one was the perspective that just because something isn't perfect or it has flaws doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. And two, not everyone's going to have the same opinion on something that I do. That is something like I had started to like realize these things and sort of back off of my like very aggressive, like my opinion is right sort of stances. And just sort of give my opinion and let people do with it what they will. Which is why, like, I know you seem to like Tokyo Revengers, right? But I absolutely
I liked season 1 a lot. I have not read the manga, and season 2 was okay. I really love the concept, though. That's the main thing that I'm in love with that. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's one that has slipped by my radar. Same with Spy Family. Like, I really liked what they did with the beginning of Spy Family.
When I did my video on Spy Family, I basically gave the analogy.
To be honest,
I gave my analogy that it was deep fried chocolate covered bacon. I like all three of those things, just not together. I thought the combination was wrong. I would have liked to see a little bit more of like the darker, grittier spy stuff that Lloyd has to do.
That was the coolest part. And same with yours.
Look, where the action sequences, great. But I thought a lot of it was like way too childish and way too happy-go-lucky, lighthearted when it should have been dealing with some more serious stuff. I get people love it. I think it's way overrated. They act like it's a 10 out of 10. I think it's like a 7.
No, it's not a 10 out of 10. I'm with you on that. It's definitely like a 7. Like, it's not the best anime I've seen.
I guarantee you that when season 2 comes out, this year it's going to be anime of the year, even though I think Jujutsu Kaisen deserves it for this year.
For Shibuya, of course.
Like, the combination of like just everything going on with Jujutsu Kaisen right now, it went buck nutty this year. And the fact that Demon Slayer, in my opinion, fumbled this season.
I I agree. Season 2
sets it up.
usually-
I think the big 3 contenders for this year are going to be Jujutsu Kaisen. Well, actually, there's going to be Oshinoko, so there's going to be 4.
Haven't
Spy
watched
Family.
So.
Oshinoko it's fantastically written.
Okay,
it's written by the same guy who did Love Is War.
I'm watching.
It is the twisted sister of Love Is War. It's awesome.
Okay. I need to watch that then.
And then one that has yet to come out that I'm really excited about, Frieren Beyond Journey's End.
What about Hell's Paradise? You think Hell's Paradise is going to do anything?
I liked Hell's Paradise, but I feel like it really bludgeoned in the whole like Tao thing at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they were really trying to force it, and then they like drew back right away. Like, you know how like Ichigo gets his Bankai and then they have to pull it back because he's gotten his powers way too early in the series?
Yeah, well that's well then he gets more upgraded, but like
Yeah, no, I get it. But that's kind of the same thing that's going on here. It's like they needed to rectify a power imbalance.
Did the same thing with Asta and Black Clover.
Yes.
Same shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, that is like the point I'm making with that one is it feels a little rougher towards the end. It's a great concept, really cool, beautiful animation and action. But I don't think it doesn't have the name recognition that Jujutsu Kaisen and Spy Family do.
Right.
It doesn't have the sensationalism that Oshinoko does. Like Oshinoko was a huge splash. That first episode earned it like one of the highest ratings in anime. It actually surpassed Full Metal Alchemist just on its first episode.
Holy crap, really?
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
It tanked after the first episode because I think people were expecting something out of it that it wasn't. But it still sits at a solid like 8 point something. Like an 8.89 or something like that on my anime list, which is ridiculously high. But that one will probably win some awards, if not for best anime intro of the year.
I think Jujutsu's up there with.
It is, dude. King News Specials is on my playlists.
That song is so good. It's like
yeah. But Yoasobi's Idol is so freaking catchy. It's so like it's such an earworm. It's gonna be hard to get past that one. And the final one that I mentioned, Frieren, was one of the best mangas to come out of 2021. And now it's getting an adaptation from Madhouse, a popular studio, directed by the director of Bocchi the Rock, which people loved.
Oh, Bocchi, yeah.
And animated by a lot of Mappa's old crew that worked on Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, man.
So it has like the holy trinity of good things going for it. And its music is stellar too.
Oh, that's awesome.
This is one that I'm really looking forward to. The big issue I think that's going to like really like impede how well it does is they're starting off with a 2-hour episode.
Ooh, yeah, that can be sketchy. We've seen that with a couple anime recently, and that can get real sketchy.
It didn't work for Demon Slayer doing long episodes like that because people felt like there was a lot of nothing happening. In the opening to Frieren sets up like a lot of like the like somber nostalgic tones of the story because it's basically a story about an immortal living in a world full of mortals and watching everyone like sort of like pass them by in life. Like they're still standing hundreds or thousands of years after everyone they've known in a generation is dead.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I know nothing about Frieren.
Honestly, I highly recommend it, even as just like a manga read.
Yeah,
I love it.
Check it out. I'm right now. I'm letting Chainsaw Man simmer. I'm on part 2 with Asa. I don't know if you got to that part with this.
So it's really going to be interesting come awards season, and I'd like to get I'd like to get some like people together to like do all the award seasons discussions because I think there's a lot to discuss there, a lot to go over with it.
We can't forget
Music wise.
There's one we can't forget that's coming out still.
Oh yeah, Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan's definitely winning something. They're just gonna give it to it because.
Sorry, I'm using my TV as my second screen, and it was threatening to shut off on me.
Oh, there you go. No, yeah. So, Attack on Titan, 100%. I think there's a possibility they give it Anime of the Year just because it's the finale of Attack on Titan, like the final ending.
Yeah, here's my counter argument to that. It's going to be like if it's based on like crowd vote. The ending to Attack on Titan stirred up a lot of controversy when the manga ended, so it could take some huge hits in ratings because of that.
Well,
that could be one of the things that hurts it.
Changing the ending because they changed the ending, I think 2 or 3 times in the manga. There's like 3 different endings, and then on top of that, I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the author, but he also said that he wanted to change the ending for the anime. So it depends on how things go for this, but in about a month, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit less, we're getting a whole like hour and a half to 2-hour episode of Attack on Titan to finish up the whole thing. This past one that they dropped back in the beginning of summer, I think, in June, was awesome. It was so well done. And I stopped reading the manga because I knew the spoiler. And I don't know if you know the big spoiler, but
I have not gotten any spoilers for Attack on Titan.
So I'm not gonna.
I mean, I know Eren Yeager has some Titan powers, but that's about it.
So that's actually something I wanted to bring up earlier because you mentioned like a character that nobody knows how to. There's no one there to train him with his power. That's Eren. So like Eren throughout Attack on Titan has to train himself for the most part on how to use his power. And then he trains himself to the point where he's more powerful than like he kind of figures it out to the point where he figures out something one step too far, not in a destructive way, but in a way that he's like, I've figured out something so powerful I can do whatever I want. And he kind of loses himself in that. And Eren, I would say by this point in the show is not the main character anymore. And that's something really interesting to me.
See, I've always referenced, like, I know a little bit about, like, Eren Yeager's character arc. And I've always referenced him along with, like, General Ironwood as, like, a hero corruption story. Where you have this person who has, like, this golden heart who wants to do something good with their life. And then as time goes on, you slowly see their, like, motivations change. Their ideology becomes a little bit more twisted. They don't become a villain, but they definitely like sort of like fall to the darkness a little bit as time goes on.
Eren becomes a villain, 100%. He's like Anakin Skywalker. Like he's the character that you've been rooting for. Like if let's say that you're a Star Wars fan who hasn't seen the original trilogy, right? You're rooting for Anakin. Except you don't get the scene like in Attack on Titan that you'd get in Star Wars where Anakin kills all the sand people. You don't get that. That's something like that. That's like, okay, he's leaning towards the dark. It's a flick of a switch where he's just a different person after he's been gone for a while and everyone finds him. And you're like, okay. Then you get his explanation, but you also see how he feels about it. And that to me is the powerful thing because he knows that in order to create a greater good, he has to do an immense evil. And that's kind of where his storyline leads. And again, I barely have said anything about the show because I'm not trying to spoil anything. But I genuinely think that's a good archetype for certain characters. I mean, you get that even with, like you said, I know you haven't watched Game of Thrones, but you get with the Jon Snow in a way, where
Yeah.
Jon Snow's like, everything I've been fighting for, things are different. I need to change the way I'm fighting.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Aaron does. He's like, I need to change the way that I feel about these things. And it's really interesting. And I just have to say that
Yeah, that
gonna,
is one thing I haven't considered is the fact that Attack on Titan is around. That's probably going to like throw a wrench in any of my predictions that I've made about how things are going to pan out when it comes to awards season. As much as I loved the series, I don't think Heavenly Delusion will get any recognition because it's locked behind the Disney Plus paywall.
yeah, that's the problem with it.
I don't think it'll have enough support because of that. Because every time I mention it, like you get a few like very passionate fans, but almost no one's heard of it.
I haven't.
I
haven't. As soon as you said Disney Plus paywall, I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Apparently, it's only available on Disney, which was weird to me.
So
that would happen.
Yeah, Bleach is Disney Plus as well, but only in certain countries. Whereas in America, it's on Hulu.
I might get in trouble for saying this, but I totally I become a straw hat when it comes to anime. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh yeah.
I ain't paying Sony. I ain't paying Sony.
Anime. I used to use that website all the time. Kiss Anime is how I finished Naruto.
I have a different site that I use, and it's got almost everything, not just like anime subbed and dubbed. It's got cartoons. It's got like all that stuff.
I just always give people if people ask in chat, I'm like, DM me and I'll send you the Kiss Anime link. Like,
right.
I got you. If you wanna hang out with Jack Sparrow, then I got you. You know, that's what I always say. We're just hanging with the pirates. That's all. We're just hanging out with Jack Sparrow, sailing our flag.
Anyway, so that's how I watched Heavenly Delusion. I did a video on it. I thought it was really good. The intro, that's a banger. They like kind of start off with this sort of like slow melodic intro, and then just hit you in the face with some like metal ass guitar and drums.
Oh, that's fire. See, that's what I love.
It just all of a sudden it's just guitar shredding. And like I requested Ivan play it at one point, and like he played it and got it, and he's like, "Holy crap, that was something."
Did he actually play it, or could he not?
He actually he gave it an attempt. He did pretty good. It didn't seem like he struggled with it nearly as much as when I suggested the ending for So I'm a Spider, So What, which I'm surprised to see that he's actually been practicing and playing. Like he
didn't play the Bleach intro today. Somebody super chatted. I'm asking for it.
That one's like up there on my top 5 for like best intros of the year right now.
I love that intro for more than just the music. I love that it puts every single one of the characters in a real world scenario. And then like that shot when Uryu picks up the violin, and he picks up the guitar, and like it cuts, and they have like each guy got the dual swords, and Uryu's got the bow. I was like, that is so clean.
Like, that is good, but like I'm talking like straight up like music perspective, because like I'm one of those guys who will like go really, really in depth. I memorize all the song names, the bands who create them. Like I put them on my playlist. I listen to them a lot.
I listen to music when I'm in the car all the time. It's the best way to drive, honestly.
Like I have a whole like weeb stuff playlist. Yeah. It's not just anime intros and soundtracks. It's also like nerdcore stuff. And
oh, dude, I just found this chick. I'll send you her link. She plays what's the name? It starts with a B. It's like it's the instrument. It's like a guitar, but Japanese.
Biwa?
Biwa. Dude, this girl plays biwa like it's an electric guitar. And it's so freaking sick. She's like the lead singer. She does a live stream like a couple times a week, at least. And she's just like shredding this biwa, and it's so awesome. Like I was listening to her. I've seen some of her music videos, and they're really good. And then she'll put like metal rock behind the biwa, and like have someone like actually doing like good vocals and stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, that actually is pretty cool. But like, yeah, as far as intros go, like I am like all over that stuff. And I'm gonna do a couple of videos when it gets closer to the end of the year after like a lot of the stuff that for the winter anime has premiered. I'll be like going over like my picks for like the best stuff that came out this year, best intros, all that kind of stuff. And maybe even some of the worst things that I've watched this year. And there's some bad ones.
Definitely be watching.
There's some absolute stinkers.
Dude, I wish we had House of the Dragon this year just so I could talk about something good. Cobra Kai comes out though, so I'll go with that. Cobra Kai is gonna be good. That's the final season. That's the only that sucks. I feel like that probably got delayed now though because of the writer's strike, just because they would probably want to do some bit of, promotion for it beforehand. But there's some things I was really looking forward to, like Dune Part 2.
Wait, that got delayed?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Dune's probably coming out in February, I heard.
Ugh.
There was some things I was really looking forward to. It just sucks that. I mean, it doesn't suck because the writer's strike, like, no one cares.
Right?
Like, quite frankly, no one cared. Like, it was in the news for what, a week or two,
Mm-hmm.
and then no one gave a crap anymore. And like,
Yes.
do you really like? Let's be honest, people listening. Like, do you really care? No, because this has woken so many people up to being like, you actually see the what you would call woke bullcrap or them forcing things that people are getting tired of. And I see that specifically because my mom is like pretty freaking liberal. And even she's telling me she's sick and tired of half the stuff that's going on in Hollywood. Like, and when I hear that, I'm like, yeah, the normies are waking up because, I mean, she's a massive Star Wars fan and a massive fan of Lord of the Rings and things like that. When she saw the trailer for Rings of Power, she's like, I'm never watching that. Like, and I was like, that's my mom. I love you. You're the best. Like, yeah, that's a win. Good shit right there, Like but I'm actually seeing it in real time with some like my parents and family members and things like going, all right, this is getting a little bit ridiculous. Like my mom used to be like a huge fan of Handmaid's Tale. And like how that show is. And there's a lot of quote unquote woke stuff in that show. My mom liked it a lot. And now she's like, I'm not even touching anything like that. Like all this stuff, it's getting too on the nose. It's too in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cool, but it's sad to see in real time that people that just wanted to enjoy stuff are now like, I'd rather watch One Piece. I'd rather watch anime. Like, I caught my mom watching The Last Airbender recently. And she's seen The Last Airbender a couple times, but she's like, I just wanted to go back and watch something good. And I was like, I love you. That's exactly it.
Yeah, I watch like all like the old school like Ghibli stuff with my mom. So like we
Mhm.
watched Grave of the Fireflies together. We watched
Grave
Shinkai
of the
films.
Fireflies, man, you're tough. That's a hard one.
Yeah, no, I told my mom like if I hear this one's gonna be like really rough and like it's gonna like hit super
Easy.
hard, so just be prepared. And like, dude, that movie like it almost made me it almost made me cry, dude. It was rough.
I think I might have teared up at least once in that movie.
Your
That
Name was another one I showed her. She loved
that's
it.
what you showed earlier, right? You have it on.
Yes. I have a bunch of Shinkai movies.
You
Weathering
gotta
with
watch
You.
Weathering. Did you watch Weathering with You?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god,
We
man!
watched that one together. She liked it. We
Weathering
watched A
with You.
Silent Voice together. She
Oh
loved that
Christ!
one. Josie the Tiger and the Fish. That was another one that I got that I was interested in. We watched that together. We both liked that.
I got Castle in the Sky, Princess Mononoke, which is my favorite of the Ghiblis, and
I just recently watched that one.
I love Princess Mononoke. It's so awesome. And Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind.
That is one that I've been meaning to get my hands on to
Dude,
watch.
so good.
When it comes to movies, we have like
Everything in that movie is
my
insane.
family has like an entertainment system downstairs, so I
Oh,
just straight up buy Blu-rays and watch it like I'm in a home and like I'm in a theater. Like I don't settle for anything. Um so yeah, I want to show her and my dad Jinro. Do you know what that one is?
mhm.
Basically
I know the
like
name, but I don't know what it's about.
it's like sort of like a spy versus spy kind of thing.
Oh, cool.
Like you have like a counter-terrorism like death squad unit, like the main character is a part of that, and there's like these like terrorists and stuff they're hunting, and there's all this like politics and stuff going on, and it's really good, and like the ending has such a great twist. The animation is awesome.
I'll have to watch it.
i
Yeah,
think i think it's one of the better anime movies out there.
I highly recommend. I mean, I know you brought it up earlier, but to the chat more so, the Cowboy Bebop movie.
mhm.
That's one that I've been meaning to watch with my parents, and they both have seen clips of it because I made a couple of YouTube
Mhm.
RAM edits for it. But I love that movie. That and Akira. Akira is.
Akira's great, just don't watch it dubbed. I thought the dub was awful.
I see. I watched it dubbed, and I watched it subbed. I would only watch it dubbed if I watched it with my dad, because my mom doesn't care about
Mhm.
subtitles.
My
My
mom and dad both prefer to watch dubbed stuff. So if I
yeah,
ever showed it to them, it would have to be dubbed. But the dub for Akira is just objectively
yeah,
better. And that comes from a guy who exclusively watches dubs.
I'm pretty sure the voice actor for Kaneda, the main character, pretty sure he's Ichigo in dub. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the young. It's just him really young, but he voiced Kaneda. And dude, Akira in general, whether you watch it sub or dub, is an amazing movie.
It's okay. Story, animation wise, yes, you are
Yep.
absolutely correct.
It's trippy as hell too. When all the teddy bears and stuff, that's creepy, man.
Yeah. There are a couple more Shinkai films because I simp for Makoto Shinkai that I need to watch. I think it's Garden of Words, and
Carnivore's good.
Children Who Chase Lost Things, or I forget what the name is. One that I've seen that I want to add to my collection because I think it's his best film is Suzume.
So Suzume just came out, right? I watched
That
it.
came out earlier this year, I think.
That's the one with the chair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't watched Suzume yet. I really want to, but
I love it. I love it.
it looks so good. I actually just made a comment on it's a Gundam's news video.
Oh, where he mentions that one new film that looks good, the McDonald's stuff.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
was like,
I really want to comment Suzume, but I'm like, I know someone's gonna have already beaten me to it, so what's the point?
He does mention it's like Suzume something is what he says, but I love Gundam, by the way. He's freaking awesome. His TikTok videos are gold. And I was watching that video today where he talked about that. And when he showed that ad, I said that's genius marketing. Because everybody knows that 90% of anime food looks like god tier food. Like, it's so freaking delicious looking every time. And not only that, but the animation of Suzume is amazing. And that's a good manga or a good anime movie. So, like, you're set. Like, it's that thing's going to make money. And it's just
I
so.
need to get a copy of Suzume because I want my mom to watch it with me. I think she'll really like it. I don't know about my dad. My dad's not really like this. He's like a big Quentin Tarantino fan.
Yes. My dad loved Star Blazers. That was him growing up. That was his anime. It was Star Blazers, which I think you would really like. It's if you look it up now, it's called Space Battleship Yamato, but it's the remastered version of Star Blazers. They did not change a single thing, and it's the exact same show, just animated in 4K with better animation. It's on Funimation, I know that. There's only 2 seasons, but it freaking rocks, man. It's about, like, Earth is getting bombarded by this enemy alien group, and humans have been living underground for the past, like, 70 years or something. And they created this ship that's literally a space battleship. Like, it looks like a battleship from World War II. And they're going to this other planet where this other alien race was like, yo, we'll help you recreate Earth and fight against these guys. And they have to get there and get back with this thing. And it's just so damn good. Like, Star Blazers, Space Battleship Yamato, whatever you want to call it, freaking awesome. So good. Highly recommend it. One of the best things I've ever watched. It literally, there's parts in it that made me like tear up a little bit. I was like, oh my god, so good.
Yeah. There are a bunch of Ghibli movies that I have yet to watch. There are a few Shinkai movies yet I have left. I watched, a lot of people like recommended me 5 centimeters per second. I found that one just entirely sad and depressing, and I hated it.
I have not seen that one.
Dude, it's like, it's not like sad and depressing in the way that Grave of the Fireflies is. It's just like, it's more of like a frustrating, sad and depressing.
Oh, so you're like, ugh,
like why did the movie have to end that way? Kind of.
okay, I got you. Yeah, no, I'm good on that. I mean,
Um,
I'll watch it if you say it's good enough, but
Look, to be objective, it's really good at telling the story that it was meant to. I just don't like the story that it's trying to tell. And I can basically sum it up in like, without trying to spoil it too much. It's guy misses his chance to confess his love to a chick when he's young. So that's pretty much the premise.
took your Avengers. I'm kidding.
Well, it is almost midnight here, and I gotta wake up early tomorrow.
Yeah,
I know
for me, it's like 12:45. So
yeah, I figured it was probably later for you. So I need to shut down now. But thank you for wasting so much time with me here. So
oh, dude, it's not a waste at all.
if there is anything you'd like to plug, go on ahead. And
yeah, I mean, you guys can follow me at Rolo Lord on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it these days. At it's a capital R and a capital L. You can also hit me up on Rolo_films on Instagram if you want to see some cool anime edits. And I also do stuff for other shows and movies. I haven't made one in a while, but there's some fun stuff on there. And then RG Energy, which Crimson is a great moderator for. You will see us there every Wednesday around 12:30, and we do our podcast there. And then that's my co-host Roman. And I guess I will shout out the Gatekeepers Daimyo because we now do Into the Rabbit Hole together later that Wednesday night, which is all we talk about ancient civilizations, history, aliens, Skinwalker Ranch, whatever you want to get into. It's always different every week. But yeah, we have a great time. And I guess we should probably plug Weebs and Waifus too. So
Yeah, I mean, because that's really the inspiration behind me starting my own YouTube. It's because like I liked what Ivan was doing, and I decided I wanted to, just sort of put my own opinions out there as well. Start talking about it because I liked it. So yeah, check out Weebs and Waifus. Check out all of Roland's stuff. He's a fun guy. Check out RG Energy. Great time
we'll make
there.
some music soon, so there'll be some music dropping. We have an album coming. So
all right.
with me, him, and a couple of our other guests and some other people that we've had on there. And I do just want to shout out X-Wing real fast and King's Advisors. And if you want to see me talk about some positivity in Star Wars, you can find me on Star Wars Santa's channel on Thursdays. So,
yep, I mean, you know where to find me if you're here. Crimson Law on YouTube. You can also follow me on Twitter for random bullshit updates at Isaac Hendren. And that's about it. That's all I've got.
You better subscribe to Crimson Law because he's the man. You better sub.
And thank you, everyone.
We'll go after you if you don't do it. He'll get there. It'll take a while, but he'll get there.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to this episode of whatever I'm going to end up calling this. Probably won't always be on Sundays. Going to move it to a better day. But thank you for listening, for your time, and I hope you have a great week or however long until I see you next. Later.
Thank you, everybody.
That's awkward.